call me crazy. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please, and thank you. Thanks to everyone for coming. We've got a full gallery today. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
No.
There being none, we'll move on to number 3, adoption of minutes. 3.1, regular minutes of January 20th, 2020. Councillor Bauer, all in favor? That carries. Moving on to the 3.2, closed session minutes, January 20th, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Regional Councillor Lee. All in favor? That passes. Moving on to consent agenda, we have a grand total of 1. Item 4.1, 2019 Annual Report of the Integrity Commissioner, John Mascarian, Integrity Commissioner. It was polled first by Mayor Collier and second by Councillor Bowers. So Mayor Collier, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
But you don't have.
Where's Mr. Masker?
No, John.
Yes, Director Cooper.
Thank you. Mr. Mascarin is not physically here today. This is meant to be just sort of his annual routine summary of activities. It is quite expensive to have him physically here, so if there's questions specifically about his report, I can certainly pass those along and get an answer in writing as a follow-up, or if there's questions more generally about the Integrity Commissioner regime, Mr. Harrison, I can probably answer them.
Okay. Well, most of mine are to do with the financial side of this, so I imagine that's probably you or Mr. Harris will have that information. So I'm not surprised to see that there was 3 formal complaints lodged against 2 members of council in 2019. I actually thought the number would be higher. But what my question is, how much was billed to the town in 2019 for the Integrity Commissioner as a whole? And of that, how much was related to those 3 formal complaints that were unsubstantiated?
Sure, I can speak to that. So the total cost for the year, which includes advice giving.
Hold on. And then note this. Yep.
Advice giving to members, sometimes to staff, responding to any public inquiries, sometimes from the media and just from constituents, as well as the training session that we did, all of those things. The annual cost for 2019 was about $28,000.
About, or was it 28,000?
Well, I'll give you the exact amount just a sec. 28,172.
Okay. And of that, how much was for those 3 unsubstantiated complaints?
14,593.
14,593. So just shy of 5,000 per complaint. When he was here and I asked the direct questions, he said the approximate cost per complaint would be about $2,500. So he's off by 100%. The last time we discussed this, I brought forward a amendment to the policy suggesting that we have a deposit type policy where if somebody wants to make a complaint, they have to have a little bit of skin in the game and write a small check as a deposit that they would get back if the complaint was substantiated and was investigated. Otherwise, it kind of makes, and my whole point was to try and avoid having $14,593 put on the shoulders of the taxpayer for 3 unsubstantiated, I won't say frivolous because I don't know what they were, but unsubstantiated complaints. I'm bringing this up today because I want it to be public and I want people to know what the true cost is, because I suspect there's going to be more. And this is an important process to have. And accountability and transparency especially, very important, but I don't want to see abuse of anybody of the system for retribution, which is what I suspect those 3 complaints were. So how can we, I brought forward an idea that wasn't supported. How can we, as a council, protect the taxpayers of Ajax from just potentially frivolous and vexatious complaints that are unsubstantiated?
Well, that's a difficult question. I think the proposal that you made would accomplish that. There are obviously some drawbacks which staff have outlined. I would also point out that the Integrity Commissioner that we have appointed while he was the highest scoring component in response to our RFP, he is not the cheapest option for integrity commissioners. And all that said, I'm very comfortable defending that his quality far exceeds some of the less expensive options. At the end of the day, this is a mandatory regime. It comes with a cost. We have very little control over that cost. As far as I hear what you're saying about the cost being what it is for the purposes of dismissing 3 complaints, and Mr. Harris and I aren't privy to a lot of the details of the complaints that were dismissed, just at a very high level. But I can tell you we do review the invoices very, very carefully, and knowing the little bit that we do about those complaints, there was quite a bit of legal and other complexity there that warranted quite a bit of legal research in order to properly respond and provide a valid reason for dismissing the complaint. So my observation would be that there isn't sort of an excess of billing, or I think the Integrity Commissioner, as he says in his report, is very wary of the fact that his office can be weaponized for these purposes, and I think he's conscious of that and considers it in how quickly he disposes of complaints while still addressing the
I like that
dismissal
word,
responsibility.
weaponized, that's a good word.
What word was that?
Weaponized, that was good,
That was
good
his word, I
description.
can't take credit.
Well, the simple fact that more than 50% of our total cost was specifically to those 3 complaints, I think needs to be made public. And just like we disclose all of our expenses, I think this should also be part of the disclosure process where we let the public know exactly what the cost is to this. Because when I brought forward the recommendation that we have a fee, and I said $500, just as a, I don't care if it's 100 or whatever it is, just a fee. I was accused by some outside of this room of trying to block and trying to, and which wasn't the case. It was just to hold people accountable as well as us. But that didn't work. I think making this very public so the public knows exactly where the money is going and potentially what it's being used for is important as well. So I don't know how to do that. I won't make it as formal motion, just.
Yeah. No, we can just take it as direction, so I'll make sure that all future reports contain, I think it's a good suggestion,
Okay.
contain the annual costs and a breakdown of where those costs went. That's a
Okay.
great suggestion.
And just one other thing that came up that I'll let you know, just, and council might not be aware of this, is I sit on the board of Lexicon, our public utility, and we also use Airden Burles. And I needed to get an opinion on a potential conflict when we were dealing with our sponsorship policy. And the mere fact that Lexicon also used Airden Burles, although a different lawyer, meant that John Mascarin could not respond to my request. Because there's a conflict, or a, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so we have discussed that internally. My understanding is that the reason was not necessarily because it was a conflict, it was because the nature of the advice was outside of his mandate of as the Integrity Commissioner, because it related to you in your role sitting on a Lexicon, but I can certainly clarify that and get back to you.
What would be the, I understand he advised on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, but what would be the route that somebody would take sitting on a board that needed information about the Corporations Act?
So if you were sitting on the Lexicon board and required advice as it related to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act?
Well, it's very complicated, because being a politician
sorry, the
sitting on a
Corporations
corporate
Act.
board, you're crossing the lines, and there's certain things that are allowed, and but certain things that aren't. Like, we, as instance, as a council, can decide on our salary increase.
Right, right.
But the fact that my son and Council Bauer's daughter are lifeguards for the town, we can't make decisions on the recreation budget.
Sure.
Because it's
yeah.
not covered by that act.
Yeah, so I think those types of issues relate to your fiduciary duties sitting at one body, where they conflict with your fiduciary duties sitting on the other body, not necessarily a conflict under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which is the mandate of the Integrity Commissioner. So I don't think that avenue would be appropriate in this case. I think where you would go for that advice would heavily depend on the circumstances. If it was strictly an Lexicon issue, I might think that they would have lawyers that could provide you with information as to your fiduciary duty under the Corporations Act, but I think it would be pretty case specific.
They did through their lawyer with Airden Burles, which I disagreed with. And I wanted an independent, which I got somewhere else, and I was right. But just that was the conflict. When I reached out to our integrity commissioner, he wasn't able to do it, so I had to go another day. I'll leave it with that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you can answer my questions or if you'll have to ask Mr. Mascara. So I enjoyed this report. I was glad to receive it and see what's happening in the last year. And just the stats. So 3 formal complaints and then 14 other touch points in a year. I'm just curious, is that a lot? Like compared to other municipalities that Mr. Mascara would be working with, or is that about on average or a little? Do we know that?
Through the chair, I don't have a precise read on that. I did do a little feel out before this meeting to the other Durham Lakeshore municipalities to get an idea of their annual costs. And they were slightly less than what ours were for 2019. But as, like touch points being the measure, I'm not sure if ours is high or low. I can certainly undertake to look into that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious to know how.
That's a great question.
Yes, thank you. And the other question I had was about the time frame. If I understand, it is a 6-week time frame for when someone discovers
aware.
something before they have that much time to file a complaint. Do we know what the other municipalities' time frame is? Is 6 weeks about the same as everybody else? Is it too long? Is it too short?
So through the chair, I can give you an idea of the origins of the 6-week,
Okay.
which I think will answer your question. So as you probably understand, there's 2 avenues under which someone can make a complaint to the Integrity Commissioner. One is under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, the other one is under the Council Code of Conduct. Under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which is provincial legislation, there is a provision in there requiring that the person's complaint must be within that 6-week time frame. So that's established in provincial legislation. So every municipality would have that time frame in respect to conflict of interest complaints. We thought at the time that we drafted our code of conduct that it was an appropriate parallel to have that same limitation on the code of conduct stream. So that's where it originates from. We were trying to find consistency between the 2 different types of complaints and the limitations imposed upon complaints. But we have flagged that as an item requiring review in our comprehensive review that we're undertaking this year. So that 6-week limitation will necessarily have to remain for the conflict of interest complaints because it's dictated provincially, but for code of conduct complaints that could be made longer, it could be removed entirely. The advice we've got in the past is that there should be some sort of limitation out of fairness to the members, so as not to dredge up something that somebody had known about
Sure.
10 years ago at an opportune time, like say in
Election.
the year of an election. So I think a time frame or some sort of limitation is probably appropriate, but that's a discussion we'll certainly have as part of this year's review.
That would be great, thank you, I appreciate that. Do we know what other, like Oshawa, Pickering, or any other code of conduct timeframes? Just as a ballpark?
I'm not sure, I believe, Mr. Harris, I don't know, there's certainly some that have a limitation, I don't know how common it is, we'd have to look into that.
Yes, and I believe in some of our code reviews as well, some municipalities will leave it to the Integrity Commissioner's discretion if there might be exceptional circumstances as to why a limitation might need to be exceeded in a particular case. So there could be some room to design rules that give some flexibility as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Lee?
I'm good, thank you.
Through the chair to the clerk, if I'm not mistaken, we have a budget for Integrity Commissioner that was discussed. What's the budget for complaints?
So the budget for complaints is 0.
Right.
And it's standard, municipalities often don't budget for this type of work because it's so unpredictable. In the same way, we often don't budget for legal services. They're typically funded from surplus because of the unpredictable nature of them. So we did put a very modest budget in there only because we knew that we were gonna have the Integrity Commissioner come and do a training session, and that's about all the budget covered.
Okay. Based on previous years, was this an outlier year, or was this very much in line with previous years of what an Integrity Commissioner or that service would charge a municipality?
Well, this is the first year that we and most other municipalities have had an Integrity Commissioner and a full complaint regime because it only became legislatively required on March 1st of 2019. So there's really no basis for comparison. We'll have to have a few more years under our belt.
But you had mentioned that you had spoken to you had checked with other municipalities on their IC requests. Is 3 in line with other municipalities? Are we higher, lower?
To be honest, I didn't ask about number of complaints or number of touch points, I just asked about cost.
Okay.
And on the measure of cost, we were a little bit higher than the other lakeshore municipalities. I would also say, just, you know, based on what I read in the newspapers, Durham seems to be kind of a low activity region when it comes to this type of stuff. There are other regions, in the GTA that seem to have a lot more code of conduct activity than anything we see out here.
So based on your expert opinion then, is 3 what was expected, in line, or are we higher?
It's just a guessing game.
Fair enough.
I have no
I guess
idea.
ultimately my point is, and I understand the mayor's concern, this is taxpayer money, but I don't think 3 concerns is a weaponization of a service for constituents to lodge inquiries. And yes, they were proven unfounded, but I still think it's an opportunity for transparency and accountability. And I think any sort of charge would be prohibitive, especially for those lower income constituents. So I think the program's working. I think it's more expensive than we expected, but I think now we have a baseline to go forward and we can start adjusting accordingly through future years.
Sure.
But thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question, Mayor Collier?
I did, thank you, Chair, through you to Clerk. Just separately, it speaks in the report about the Integrity Commissioner suggesting that our code of conduct is not sufficient and should be overhauled.
They use that word.
Wow.
Review.
Updated, reviewed, whatever the word is, I don't remember what it was, but do we have a budget for that? Is that part of our operating budget this year?
So that's a project on our work plan, and I believe in the strategic plan. It's a review we undertake every 5 years. Regardless of this regime and anything that Mr. Mascaron said in his report, we were fully planning to undertake that review this year, and it's something Mr. Harris and I will be doing in-house, and it'll be peer reviewed, likely by the Integrity Commissioner at a minimal cost.
Has it been 5 years since the last review?
Yes.
Okay. And this council was the first council to have a code of conduct in 2003. And we kind of broke ground there before it was required.
Mhm.
And it's good, but still, even if we review the code of conduct and overhaul it, the fact still remains that there's still nothing outside the municipal act being, 90 days lost pay, and something is the only recourse that,
That's correct. A
Should we put in
reprimand or
place?
a 90-day suspension of pay.
so regardless of how strong we make the code of conduct.
Those are the penalties available, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on item number 4.1? There being none, we need a mover to receive information. Councillor Khan, all in favor? That passes. Thank you. There are no discussions on the agenda. We go to presentations. We've got a group here, and I'm going to give it to Acting Director Romanowski to introduce, and Manager John Greaves is the manager.
So, thank you, Chair, and some members of the committee. So yeah, today we have representatives from Pickering Casino, as well as VA Group, who is the traffic consultant associated with the development of the transportation management plan that is being developed in accordance with the opening of the casino. So they'll be here today to give you a presentation focused in on that opening and the measures that are being taken to ensure minimal service or minimal disruptions to the network. Unfortunately, we were unable to secure representatives from Durham Live Development to come here today. Town staff are working with them and intend on having them at a upcoming committee meeting or council meeting before the opening of the casino. So I will invite them up today, or up to speak. As I said, they have a presentation and then are here to answer any questions of council. Good.
I think it's the bottom right corner.
Go show them that.
Still got my credentials.
Cakewalk.
Presentation. Yeah.
How are you? Good to see you again.
Very good.
Just
Thank
state your
you.
name and where you're from, your position.
Sure. My name is Tim Arnott. I'm the principal of BA Consulting Group. We've been retained by the Casino One Toronto Gaming to prepare a transportation management plan for the upcoming opening of the Pickering Casino.
That's great. Could you just spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's A-R-N-O-T-T, first name Tim.
Great. Give-
So a bit of background, there was interest from a variety of different agencies and what we call stakeholders, we'll see in a minute, to have a plan that was prepared that looked at not only, well, context around the opening of the casino, but also from a technical perspective, what is it that is being forecast to open during the opening events? What does opening events mean relative to sort of a steady state condition? And then what kind of a plan should be implemented in order to address the various aspects that would be anticipated, sort of typically anticipated, but also interests and issues that were raised by the various stakeholders. And what I'm about to describe for you today, there's quite a few slides. I'll go through them relatively quickly, and then leave time for questions and any comments or discussion that you'd like to have at the end of it. So it's laid this out as a bit of an introduction in terms of what the objectives were of the traffic management plan, the stakeholders and the authority structure that are associated with the casino itself. We're working through actively now separate and sort of detailed discussions with the various agencies in terms of the linkages between the authority structure at the casino and then the various agencies, and how the communications between those departments and individuals will be structured as we get closer to the opening itself. There's several assumptions that we have enumerated that deal with the casino itself, the activity levels, as well as the resources that are available both on and off the site. There's a context with respect to the streets and the access and circulation relative to the casino site plan and the streets immediately around it. And then there's the strategies that are part of the traffic management plan, which deal with the major topics and major headings and issues that have been identified as we've gone through this process. So there's three objectives that were established at the outset. The primary one was to ensure the safety of the public at all times during the opening of the facility and beyond. Two was to minimize the disruption to the normal traffic flow in the communities surrounding the facility. And the third was to ensure that as people and pedestrians and other necessary agency activities, and in this case, emergency services tops that list, to make sure that they're able to get in, get out, and move about the site during the opening events, as well as into the future, safely. I mentioned the stakeholders. There are many. The meetings that we have, which are bi-weekly, are a large group of people and representatives from the municipality or the regional municipality of Durham. So we have the transportation works, we have transportation planning, we have planning itself that are kept abreast of the ongoing, and transit, DRT. We have the City of Pickering staff from planning, from transportation, as well as Pickering Fire Services. From the town of Ajax, we have transportation services and development planning, and we also, from time to time, will have the ear of, and sometimes a person from, Ajax Fire Services as well. We have representatives from Durham Region Police Services. We have Durham Region EMS on the stakeholders committee. We have a couple of members of the OPP Whitby detachment sitting in on it. We have Ministry of Transportation. We haven't actually physically been at one of our meetings, but we have been to them. They tend to wander very little from their headquarters in Downsview, but they've been quite receptive about meeting, and we have a meeting coming up with them actually this week again. Pickering Developments is on the stakeholders group, but they're not as active. It's not as much. They don't have the carriage over some of the issues that are associated with the opening of the casino itself. And of course, we have One Toronto Gaming Development Operations representatives from the general manager, manager of security, the VP of the One Toronto Gaming, as well as a representative from JLL, which is assisting them with project management. So it's a fairly comprehensive and I would say well-represented group of agencies and individuals that are looking out for a variety of issues, as well as I'll say the general public interest. As far as One Toronto Gaming is concerned, these are the individuals that have been identified by themselves as part of the authority structure within this process and within the actual opening events activity. Tyrone White, who wasn't able to be here today, and Ian Nielsen, who is here today, are kind of the lead people on the stakeholders group that are taking an active role in the preparation of the traffic management plan. So there were several assumptions with respect to the casino itself, with respect to the activity that the casino will generate, as well as other assumptions about the analysis. So I'll just go through this fairly quickly. The opening event is planned for the first full week in April, approximately midweek, during that week. It's still sort of evolving as to exactly how that first day will unfold. But there are a couple of options. It could happen in the morning, it could happen later in the afternoon. There could be a VIP session right at the beginning and then general public afterwards. That part of the first day's actual schedule is being finalized. But suffice it to say that what we're doing is planning for the day. And so from a resources perspective, we'll be taking into account, if it changes, if it's an afternoon opening versus a morning opening, then we would adjust things accordingly on that first day. The fact that it's unlikely to be announced in sort of the grand opening, the hotel component and the performing arts component of the development are not opening during the opening week. They're still being constructed. So it's more of a soft opening, I would say, in terms of as openings go. So there won't be the kind of activity, demand, surge activity, if you will, associated with a performing arts venue of 2,500 seats. It's not going to be open. So there's no reason to sort of get there en masse at one particular time. It's more of a staggered, random kind of arrival rate. So from that perspective, what we've been seeing in terms of casino openings and the kind of activities associated with it, we're not expecting the same kind of surge levels of people coming initially. The hotel and the performing arts timing is still to be determined. It's highly dependent on the construction, and then once the construction's done, activities that will be scheduled inside those particular events. So that's forthcoming. When it does, there's already been some discussion about there wanting to be sort of reactivate this kind of opening event process and use what we've learned from this process to manage when those two elements of the casino are open in due course. Of course, the casino is a 24/7 operation, and because of that, you don't get the same kind of sort of pent-up demand simply because of hours of operation. It's always open. So there's a little bit less urgency to the, when they flip on the lights and ready to go. The amount of time that's available for someone to come and visit the casino is more than pretty much any other land use that you're gonna see. We have identified that the first 2 weeks of the opening of the casino will be what we call the opening events period. As we'll talk about, as we'll see later in the presentation, there will be an evaluation process as we move forward. Generally speaking, what people would like to see is a feedback from the monitoring side, we'll get into that as well, about what's happening on a daily basis, so that if there are any peaks or any surges that do happen, that we're able to respond to them in time for even the next day. But certainly at the end of the first week, there will be a period of time where there's a reflection upon the amount of resources that have been committed, and there'll be a decision as to whether or not that needs to be scaled up or scaled down. I think the general consensus is that we're trying to err a little bit on the high side in terms of resources, and that things will likely scale down rather than having to scale them up. As far as the casino activity is concerned, what we did in terms of trying to understand the magnitude of the activity was, for all of the transportation impact study work that had gone on in support of what's sort of affectionately referred to as the H2 level of development, which is the casino, hotel, and the performing arts, that was a recent picture snapshot of activity during peak times of certainly the street peak, as well as the peak of the casino itself. It was that base information that was used in order to establish the analysis parameters upon which other added traffic was grafted onto. Those volumes have been vetted certainly by the region, by the city, by the town's staff, have had access to them as well. Generally speaking, it's a Friday evening, Saturday evening, which are the peak events, but the Saturday evening isn't as busy as the Saturday afternoon, generally speaking, on the area road system. So it's more or less the Saturday afternoon condition where we've matched together as would be the peak of the peak. But we've also looked at the Saturday, in order to be conservative, we've taken the Saturday numbers, generation for the casino, and put them on top of a morning condition as well as a weekday condition. So we were getting sort of the peak of the peaks and adding them together in that respect. As I said before, what is expected is that the casino will, after, typically in the data, it takes a couple of weeks for it to get back to sort of a steady state condition. But because we're not seeing the hotel and performing arts center opening, we suspect that that's going to happen a little bit quicker, only because of we don't have those particular land uses in effect, which were part of the data that we had seen from other casino openings and other data that we had from other casinos in various parts of North America. And at the request of several of the stakeholders, as I said, we basically covered off a 2-week period where the resources that are being identified and being in detail now, actually this week, are going to be carried as a schedule for the opening period and then assessed as to whether or not we can sort of let some of them off the hook, if you will, because there are some demands in the rest of the region for many of these services. The TMPs that we were looking at are slightly higher than what we think, what we're analyzing at least, and surcharging on top of the base conditions are a little higher than what we would expect to see, only because we have those 2 of the 3 land uses aren't actually opening on the opening week, the first weeks that this will be open. We've added the peak Saturday conditions to all of the opening periods we mentioned. part of the analysis that we went through for the transportation impact work for the approvals side of things mandated that we looked into the future. And by looking into the future, we were taking into account growth in Pickering, in Ajax, the developments that were already applied for and are expected to come on stream within the next 5 to 10 years, as well as general corridor growth along many of the, well, all of the arterial streets that have been identified within the study area. Because we're 8 weeks away, basically, from opening, we're not going to be realizing that kind of growth. So what we've been doing is looking at the existing conditions of traffic in the area and then adding on the surcharge of the casino opening. In part because the improvements that have been identified for the development that has been approved to date are now just getting going. So they're not going to be part of the network capacity characteristics. So we haven't included them when we've been looking at the operating conditions of the existing plus the casino, and coming up with an understanding about how things are going to behave based on what's out there today. In other words, we're not taking into account improvements that have been forecasted and secured through funding through the city of Pickering as well as the region of Durham. On-site and off-site resources. So, on-site, the biggest obvious resource that's available is the parking that is built into the construction of the casino. There's structured parking, 2 decks, as well as surface parking in maybe 4 or 5 different lots that are distributed across the site. A few of those lots are going to be consumed by ongoing construction, so we've taken them out of the numbers. So the numbers that you're seeing here are what is left over and what would be available basically on the opening day. So the 2 parking structures, which are adjacent to each other and connected, have 2,750 parking spaces within them. The surface parking lots that are available and will be available on opening day, a further 850 parking spaces, for a total of about 3,600 parking spaces on site. Give you a kind of a sense of what that amount of parking supports. That could be a 750,000 square foot shopping center would have that 3/4 to maybe 900,000 square feet of shopping center. That's about how much parking you would have for that kind of a facility. So that's how much parking has been built into this. It's been built into in order to accommodate not only the casino, but also the hotel, as well as the Performing Arts Center. As I said, it's a bit of a broken record. The Performing Arts and the hotels will not be open during the opening events. So as far as the parking supply goes, that's a significant amount of parking that will be available on opening day and for until the hotel and casino or Performing Arts open. Then we get back the other parking lots on site. And that, though, if you filled that would be something in the order of about 7,000 or about probably closer to 7,200 people if you filled the parking, which is well beyond the occupancy levels of the casino itself. What we've done when we've been looking at the on-site resources is that we tried to take the site plan and all things that will be constructed by the time the opening day comes around, and looked at it from a sort of an optimal operations perspective. How could we take what we have and make it more robust than what it would be if you just opened it on a normal day and let it operate, 2-way flow on all the driveways and let everybody just sort of search for parking spaces on their own. And we've implemented a one-way system of traffic flow on site. A one-way system is a much easier system to control. It's a much easier system to predict. It delivers higher capacity on site. And it gives us some flexibility to handle things on site that would otherwise be more difficult to handle. For example, the comings and goings of some of the construction activity, which will be spread out over the day. It's not a very high volume. It's just something that happens. We're able to handle those things more efficiently, as well as give emergency services vehicles a secondary way of getting in and out of the site. Excuse me. As far as off-site resources go, what we've done is we've looked at the ability to provide off-site remote parking that would be available to patrons if in the event that the parking looks like it's going to start to fill up. Then they can be directed through some of the variable message signing and social media communications, as well as the radio announcements and various other things that are part of the communications plan. That can be gotten out to the general public to let them know that they need or should look to other remote parking areas in order to accommodate that demand. Don't think it's going to get there, but this is something that we've made provisions for. There's two sites that have been identified. One is Casino Ajax, and there are some 600 parking spaces that would be available in addition to what the demand would be at Casino Ajax on a regular basis, available to the patrons if they're coming and they want to get free shuttle to the Pickering site from Casino Ajax. The second is a GO lot on the east side of the existing Pickering GO station, which Metrolinx has identified as surplus in terms of a parking supply. And they've identified, we've been in discussions with them, that about 500 spaces on that particular site would be available should it be necessary to use it. Together, that's about 1,100 parking spaces, about a 30% increase relative to the on-site supply. And again, just to give you a sort of a feel for what that is, that's something in the order of somewhere around 1,500 to a little over 2,000 additional people that could be accommodated remotely through the use of shuttles, which we'll get into a little bit later. Part of the offsite resources, the use of the offsite resources relies upon the ability to detect that you might need them to begin with, or alternatively, just simply put the word out that they're available and have people let them make their own decision as to whether or not they'd like to park off-site and use a shuttle to get back to the Pickering casino. As I said, they're free. They're running on about a 30-minute schedule. We've got routes that would be planned for them. We've had these discussions with the Durham Region, as well as Durham Region Police, and we're suggesting that if they're going from an off-site lot to the Pickering Casino, that they're going to be using some of the bus lanes on Kingston Road, and then they would come in down Church Street. We'll get into the flow of traffic relative to Church Street in a moment, but that would be the easiest and most direct, as well as the least busy of the access routes into the Pickering Casino sector. We're also running shuttle buses to and from the Pickering GO Rail as well as Ajax GO Rail stations. We have discussions going on right now with Metrolinx to identify where within the rail stations that curbside space could be allocated or at least freed up so that the shuttles could go back to the same spot, and anybody who's elected to take GO Transit to get to the casino would know through some wayfinding at the GO station where they can get a free shuttle to get back to Pickering Casino. And again, we've got routes identified for them. They would not be making use of Bailey. They'd be making use of Kingston Road and then down Church. And as I said, they're on a 30-minute right now on a 30-minute basis with the opportunity to go to 15 minutes if the demand is high enough. And they're tied in with essentially the arrival of the GO trains. So some context. In the middle of that image is the Pickering Casino site. It lies on the north side of what was Colino Street. On this side here, there remains an element of Colino, This is what we refer to as East Street, then North Street, West Street, and then Colino over to Squires Beach. That remains active, but in a one-way fashion, starting on this side and going around the casino in this way, and then back out to Squires Beach. Squires Beach would be operating one-way southbound, with the northbound lanes open and available for emergency vehicle traffic, but also for construction traffic, because part of the construction activity zones are on the south side of what was Colino, and they're building the hotel and the Performing Arts Center, which are both on the south side of the casino building. Church Street, in this instance here, what we've recommended and are pursuing is a one-way northbound section of Church Street up to Colino and then into the site. The northbound flow of traffic on Church Street would remain open north of Colino up to Mill Street, where it would then join a regular operating circumstance on Church Street north of Mill. Between Mill and Church Street, or Colino, excuse me, it's proposed to close Church southbound with the aid of police presence at Mill, as well as police presence at Colino. And the reason for this is so that what we can do is maximize the amount of sort of input capacity that we can deliver to the casino to make sure that there aren't points of congestion that develop inside the casino that would then radiate back out to public street. So what we're trying to do is make the ability for traffic to get to the casino as high capacity as we can manage that. What we have done in conjunction with this is then looked at, well, what happens to the area streets, in particular Brock and Westney, when you close the southbound condition on Church Street. And we've assigned those traffic loads. We've gotten recent counts from Town of Ajax Transportation Department, who did a series of counts this past fall, and used those recent ones as the metric for determining how much impact there would be if you pushed the southbound flow of traffic to the other streets. And we looked at it in the morning, in the afternoon, and on Saturday. In conjunction with this operation, obviously there's a very detailed signage plan and information plan. We'll get to that as well. But suffice to say that up at the Kingston and Church, there would be signage indicating that you cannot get from Kingston Road to Bailey using Church Street. If you're a part of the Pickering Village community, there is no, you're not impeding any of the access opportunities or flow to and from the Pickering Village itself. They can come and go and use Church Street as they would the day before or the day after the traffic management plan is in effect. What this does is it does provide some, I think maybe a good word is insulation for the Pickering community during this period of time, where they're not seeing the influx of traffic through Church Street from Kingston down and towards the casino. What we're anticipating is that with this circumstance in effect, and because of the traffic, the extra traffic that will be coming into the casino, and the way signage and the lane configurations and the traffic control at Church and Bailey will be implemented, there's probably actually a slight reduction in the typical northbound daily traffic that one would see using Church northbound and flowing towards Mill Street and then beyond. So we think that that's going to reduce traffic somewhat on Church Street north of Mill. But as I said, if someone elects to use Bailey and Church to get to Pickering Village, they can do so. The same is true for access to the golf club, Annandale, as well as the church, the Pentecostal church on the northeast corner of Bailey and Squires Beach. because of the typical one-way southbound during the opening period flow of traffic on Squires Beach, we've maintained that northbound direction so that the church has access to it, and they have egress as well back down to Bailey Street. So that's sort of I'll say the local flow of traffic, and the streets that are being affected by the opening events period. Obviously, we have Brock, we have Westney, we have Bailey, and we have Kingston Road as outside resources in terms of the network. Beyond that, we're taking advantage of access opportunities and wayfinding that include White's, Liverpool for an exit, Salem, and obviously Brock and Weston, and the Kingston Road corridor, as well as the Bailey Road corridor. And we're also utilizing, to the extent that we can, Clements Road and Church Street to the south, because of one-way flow on Church Street at Bailey. The way to get into that is either an eastbound left turn, westbound right turn, or northbound through move. So we'd like to try and maximize the amount of opportunities that people have to get in, so that we're not relying on any one in particular. I've already described this, but this is sort of it in a little bit more detail, where what we've got are the parking lots that are part of the construction area, which are cordoned off. And then we've got the parking lots on the west side of the site, on the east side of the site, the two structured parking lots immediately on the east side of the Pickering Casino building. And then we have Colino East, North, West, and Colino streets for the circulation around the site. We have pickup and drop off areas identified and dedicated in this side of the parking lot. We have Uber, taxi, and Lyft areas as well to accommodate. We've set aside 3 areas for emergency vehicle presence. If they so choose, they want to be on the site. On the east side, and just to the south and east of the doors, the main doors that will be used for the opening events to the casino. They're the closest ones for the major entry point, as well as on the west side, so that access can be had from the pedestrian access points on the east side or west side of the Pickering Casino. That's north of Colino. This is the south side of Colino. There are, and we'll see it again later when we talk about the signage plan, the amount of people, police on public streets, and flag persons on private property that will be available to direct traffic. When it's on site, it'll be into and out of the pickup and drop off areas, into parking areas, and help people find parking spots as efficiently as possible. Off-site police will be during non-peak times. I'm not sure. We don't think we're going to need them actually in the intersection directing traffic, but during peak times they're there, and they will be available in order to take over the intersection if need be. We'll be put on a flash mode, and that's something that the region can do in conjunction with the police department. It's a little bit closer detail for circulation. With one-way northbound, we have an opportunity for 2 lanes, if need be, on Church Street, with 2 lanes coming in, 2 lanes circulating around the site. 1 lane would go in for the pickup and drop-off, circulate around that area, rejoin the other stream of traffic, and enter the structured parking areas from the north. There's an internal circulation within the structured parking areas, which we've set out as well.
Can you go back 1 sec? What's the purple line? That comes from the set from
this
the
line
north?
here?
No, on Church Street, the purple line that comes in and out.
This one?
Yeah.
That's an outbound shuttle bus flow of traffic. So something that is in the order of one per half hour.
So you're talking about accessing the site from the north?
From the north with the
By
shuttle buses
shuttle.
only. The shuttle buses would be, when they got down to
So
Mill
it's
Street.
closed except for shuttle buses?
Correct, yeah. So at Mill Street with the police there, the police would be able to regulate the flow of traffic southbound. And then with that, they would circulate in, the shuttle buses, they would go in, they circulate around the parking lot in, and then there's a bus pickup and drop off area immediately beside the Different Casino building, and then out again. This is pedestrian flow as well, where we've got the pedestrian paths from all of the surface lots that are on the outside edges of the circulation road, the east, north, and west streets. The parking lot, the structured parking lot doesn't conflict at all with circulation. They have a direct connection into the casino building on the west side of the casino building. Okay, so that's sort of the background for the context of all the resources that we have available to us. And these are, we'll just walk through these strategies for the parking. I've already covered off a lot of what the on-site and off-site parking features are, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the amount of people that equates to, and the, in total, if you start thinking about the on-site and off-site, the number of people that can be accommodated by the parking. But that number is a number that's much, much higher than what is anticipated to arrive on that, for the opening events, in part because of the capacity of the casino itself. Talked a little bit about why we've selected the one-way flow of traffic. It has several advantages associated with it in terms of ensuring that the problem is not generated internally with the site of the casino and then propagated outwards. It's always a good idea to start from the inside and make sure that that part is working as well as possible, so that there aren't any issues caused at the periphery of that development, and that you can accommodate contingencies if it were to happen. The one-way flow gives us a better opportunity that if there was something that necessitated a sort of a very quick evacuation of the site, we'd have sort of dedicated outbound flow avenues to get people out of the site if necessary. That was one of the other sort of primacies of the objectives. Gone through this already in terms of where the parking is, how it's accessed, and the circulation within it. Oh.
Fill in those points there.
These are two slides of the structured parking lots. They'd be entering from the north. They operate with what we call slope floor garages, and there's two sets of ramps in the two halves of the parking area, and there's a search pattern that we've established with flagged people inside the parking garages, so that once you're in and you're circulating, if there's parking spaces available, it's easy for you to get to them. If you're exiting, it's easy for you to get out as well. Off-site parking, again, I've covered off most of this information in terms of the quantity of off-site parking, the accessibility of the off-site parking, and the shuttles that will flow between them, and some of the advantages of having off-site parking available. It obviously allows us to disperse the traffic a little bit further from the casino itself. People should choose to use the off-site parking immediately, as opposed to sort of being instructed to use it. The shuttle bus operations are fairly efficient in terms of their routing options to get from the off-site parking or from the GO station, frankly. And its ability to advertise a door-to-door service, particularly as it relates to Casino Ajax. I think that obviously the One Toronto Gaming is operating both of them. You know, they'd be quite happy if people visited both. Certainly with the off-site parking at the Casino Ajax, they can do just that. And as I said, the shuttle frequency is planned to be about every 30 minutes, but it can go down to 15 if necessary. We've illustrated, you'll see in a minute, the routing options associated with the off-site parking facilities. They'll be using the Kingston Road access in and out. All of that is intended to ensure that the route and the time it takes to get from the off-site parking is minimized and that it's more predictable. So Casino Ajax on the right, and the Pickering GO Station parking lot, which is actually right there, on the left. People will be able to park anywhere on the Casino Ajax site. The actual pickup and drop-off location for the shuttle will be at the front door of the casino. There's strategic reasons for that, weather protected, and if they're waiting, then they can wait inside and take advantage of the facility. The routing option between the site and Ajax, the Casino Ajax, the preferred one is along Kingston Road, I said down Church and into the site, and then back again along there. Most of that travel distance is along the with the bus only lanes. We have an alternative routing option to get in, which uses the northbound Squires Beach access. And similarly for the Pickering GO Station routing option, they would use Kingston Road and come in from the north, so that they would have their own means, certainly own lanes on Kingston, and most of the.
Does that say red is the primary route?
Right as the primary route. That's
Red
right.
is the primary route.
Yes.
And it's colored appropriately.
Just want to make sure I'm not seeing things that aren't there, okay?
No, yeah, red is the primary route.
Okay.
As far as transit goes, originally we were talking with Durham Region Transit to come on site. They decided not to. So the interaction between Durham Region Transit and the site will occur through the GO rail stations, because Durham Region Transit is going to the GO rail stations as well, and they'll interact with the shuttle buses to and from Pickering Casino. So that will be the means of interconnecting public transit routings, as well as the Pickering Casino. As far as the shuttles are concerned, we've already gone through the details of those shuttles in terms of their scheduling, that they're free, and the particular routing options that have been selected, so that they can minimize the amount of time it takes to get from the GO stations to the casino. Said we're in discussions right now with Metrolinx to come up with the actual location on the GO rail station sites. I think it's DRT's intention that once back to sort of steady state condition, then they will be coming onto the site via Church, Bailey and Church, and then back to Bailey and then along Bailey for their typical route. So again, the routes, the shuttle routes, this one from Pickering GO and from Ajax GO. So emergency services. So the Pickering Casino itself has a resort emergency plan that they've developed, and they've done it in conjunction with the EMS, fire services, as well as Durham Regional Police. That plan outlines how circumstances and situations on site would be handled, and when it's required for the security on the casino site to then call in, and when to call in the emergency services from fire, EMS, and from Durham Regional Police. That's a plan that they've been going back and forth with now, and I'll let Ian speak to it in more detail. But they, I believe, how the memorandum of understanding with respect to that particular agreement. On-off site provisions as far as the emergency services goes. We've been discussing these things with the various agencies, EMS, Fire, and Durham Regional Police. I think it's Durham Police's preference at this juncture, although we have detailed discussions occurring this week to confirm this, but I think they're leaning towards using their police station site at Kingston and Liverpool as their sort of head facilities, because they've already got people there. They can dispatch people from that particular location, but they may have on-site resources in some of the areas that I pointed out earlier, so that they can have a quicker response time. That decision is being made by Pickering Fire at the moment, and as well by EMS. If they choose to be on site, we have places for them, and places that are directly related to the various pedestrian entrances, and we have ways of getting them out of the site quickly from Pickering Casino. The communications strategy, which we'll get into right at the very end, is being developed with sort of a three-point strategy. One is with all the reviewing agencies, the other is with municipal and regional bodies, such as yourselves, as well as City of Pickering and the Durham region, and then finally with the public, and we'll get into that towards the end of the presentation. Identified where the nearest stations are: police, fire, and EMS, and obviously the most direct routes. Some of that will depend upon on the day of, and whether or not the services are on site and can access the site directly, in which case it'll be an exit route, which will be more concern. Signage is a very big component of the traffic management plan. We have site signage, we have signage which is adjacent to the site. We have highway corridor signage, and we have arterial and local street network signage. There's four types: trailblazing, permanent variable message, portable variable message, and then the static temporary signage. Trailblazing signage is something that it's blue signs you basically see on the regional roads, or mostly the provincial highways. There are applications for this signage have been submitted, but it'll take some time to get that up and running. So it won't be in place for the opening events. Notwithstanding, the signage that we will have and are proposing consists of permanent variable message signage that the MTO has on the 401 system, and there are 5 locations that we've targeted to have their traffic control center, Compass Control Center, monitor, and we are discussing with them the type of messages that can go on those signs and what triggers them, and how their monitoring of the operations of the 401 get translated into communication strategy to OPP, to fire and EMS, as well as to the, I always get the acronym wrong, but they have local traffic management contractors basically that handle the flow, like crash trucks and things like that are deployed onto their system. Those VMS signs are one of the primary things that we'll be using to try and get messages out to the voter public. Should there be anything that we need to convey to them in terms of routings or options or messages about the operations of traffic in the area. This is just basically identifying what the VMS do typically, and what I just went through in terms of what we'll be using them for during the opening event period.
Mr. Arnett, just wondering how many more slides do you have?
I'll start going through them very quickly. There are several, but as I've been talking about some of the other things, I've been covering them off. So I'll just hit the high notes on
Thank you.
this slide. We have portable variable message signs that we've identified, about 7 in total. That will be deployed, some on the freeway, some on the arterial system. Again, conveying messages in real time to people on the street network. The objective there is to really tell people whether or not they should be using the remote lots, or whether or not, if the casino, for example, fills up, that's the message that's going to be conveyed. And that the message would be that, there no longer, people aren't getting in anymore, and there'll be a time period when it's effectively not accessible. And we have a very large complement of static temporary signage. That's basically the signage that is just a short, very brief message, arrows indicating paths to get from, for example, an off-ramp to the casino itself, or to the alternate parking, or an alternate way to get around traffic and use a back door, so to speak. There's a lot of those signs. I have a couple of slides that will illustrate that. The deployment of those signs is somewhere between 2 to 4 weeks ahead of time, so people get acclimatized to what the conditions will be in terms of any road closures or any road detours, or the routes that are recommended for people to take to get to and from the casino itself. That's the on-site signage plan, identifying basically the one-way systems where people can park, flagmen, how to make their way through the parking lots, et cetera, et cetera. The off-site signage would be located at, in this case, Mill and Church, with the police and the appropriate detour signs that are according to the standards. They call it Book 7, I think it is, standards, as well as the signage along Colino. Additional signage for Squires Beach and for Church Street down to Bailey, again according to the required signage protocols. The signage locations along the 401, where the variable message and signs, both permanent and variable, will be. There's 3 blocks to the signage plan. They basically lead someone in from I think White's and Bailey, or White's off ramp is about farthest west, to the north along Kingston, to the south along Bailey, and basically through this site, or its area, where Bailey, Kingston, Brock, Westney are located, alternate routings along Clements and up Church, and then over to
Can you go back one?
sure.
Tell me where this one's directing traffic to. Right there. Looks like Church Street to me.
No, that's actually, that's one is being directed to the alternate parking along Kingston over to the Casino 8. But you can't get in along Church here. This one you would not be able to get to the casino using Church if you were southbound on Church north of Kingston. So you would have to go over to, and the reason it was directed this way is because it's basically a series of right turns.
That doesn't make sense. It's bringing people, looks like it's coming down Church, is it not? It's got a turn there saying Pickering Casino.
North of Kingston. This is the location of the sign right here. This is the sign, and this is the location of the sign.
Okay.
So it's telling, Tim, if I could, it's telling people on the southbound approach along Church that they can't go further south, that
Correct.
if they're looking for alternate parking, they have to go east.
Yes, or even
Just
just,
at that intersection.
or even if they're looking for the casino, they want to use Westney, then they get to Westney and then they turn
Another
south
set of
west,
signs.
correct? Yes.
I see.
Yes. And then again over to casino or traffic signage that would lead them to the Casino Ajax alternate parking. We have received some additional signage suggestions from John in the transportation section here at the Town of Ajax, and we're going to be going over all of these signs. Inventories will be created with all the sizes and numbers of these signs so that they can be made and deployed for the opening events. Traffic control and police involvement, I'll just go quickly through this. Traffic monitoring. MTO has Compass Control, which have video, as well as Durham Region's Traffic Control Center and CCTV. We can monitor things remote from the site to see whether there are issues emerging. We also have and will have paid duty police at a lot of these locations, and we'll be able to converse with them directly as well. So if they see something that's happening, they can we'll have a two-way flow of information towards the region or towards MTO, or vice versa to them, to try and anticipate if there's something that needs to be identified. And with this traffic monitoring, this is how we want to sort of review things over the course of each day, and then try and respond accordingly if we see something evolving that we can address it for the following day. In terms of police deployment, we're going through now the sort of summation of all the officers and the numbers that would be required at all the various intersections. In fact, this week we have a detailed working meeting with the town, with Pickering, the region, Durham Regional Police. I'm missing somebody. And we have a meeting the day before with MTO to go through the same information. All that would then be coordinated, summed up, and then that's what's going to be essentially used for staffing resources. So hopefully we come out of Friday with a very comprehensive understanding of what the resources are at all the locations that we've identified so far. And that's just a location, for example, of where all, for example, police are anticipated to be deployed. Some will be 24-hour a day, some will be just during peak periods. In terms of communications, I mentioned before that there are three levels. The first level is the communication between all of the participating agencies that are part of the stakeholders group, and making sure that everybody's on the same page and has an understanding about who's responsible for what, telephone numbers that those people will have, or ways of getting in touch with them directly. The second is communications with, again, bodies like yourself and the city of Pickering, and then the third is the communications with the public. We will have in total about 7 meetings with the stakeholders group. We've had 4 remain, plus alternate meetings outside that forum. That's where we've raised the issues, that's where we've developed this framework of a plan, and that's where we'll figure and detail the necessary detail elements in terms of staffing resources and other instructions and things like that. In terms of the command centers, the casino will obviously have one that will represent the security office. Pickering Fire and EMS will be available through that command center at the casino. Durham Region Police Service Command Center, it's I think likely to be at their Kingston Liverpool location. Inspector Haskins, who's here today, is the point person for them. Durham Region Traffic Control, we're working with the Works Department from Durham Region to get the contacts for them. Compass Center, again, same circumstance, identifying the people that will be the point of contact. Meeting with yourselves today, with Pickering Council on the 2nd, to provide the overview of all of this. And then with the public, it's a meeting, there's an advanced communications, which will be via websites, social media, the signage plans and the signage areas, as well as the process that we need to go through with Pickering, as well as Ajax in terms of street closures. During the opening events, we've got communications, obviously with the signage plans themselves, the command centers, the decision and authority tree for all of the stakeholders involved, and that reporting tree that resides at One Toronto Gaming. We think that this plan with this kind of sort of network of communications is the appropriate one in order to make sure that whatever message needs to get conveyed, either to the public or to agencies, does so quick, efficiently, and then gets implemented. And that is it.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments, insight, information, a lot of information there. Thank you for your presentation. Questions from council we'll do for you, Mr. Arnett, now before moving on to any other presenters, starting with Regional Council Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was comprehensive. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I think I speak on behalf of council, we still have very serious concerns about traffic flow on Church and Bailey. You've given us a best case scenario, and even in a best case scenario, we're adding shuttles, we're adding more, we need police presence and whatnot. In a worst case scenario, and I don't like to play what ifs, because what ifs, I can think of a million, but what if there is a single car accident anywhere on Church Street leading to the casino? What are the projected delays a single car accident, stalled car, blown tire would cause to the traffic flow? A single one, not six, but just one.
Yep, that's partly why we chose to implement a one-way northbound traffic flow on Church, that we would have 2 lanes available to us. The way the traffic signage plan is been structured right now is that at the south end of Church Street at Bailey, there'd be one, this is transportation speed, one receiving lane. So someone making a left turn from Bailey, someone making a right turn from Bailey, or someone making a through movement from Church south of that would be turning into the same lane. Shortly thereafter, it would open up and become available for 2 lanes of flow. We don't think that that's absolutely necessary in terms of capacity, but as you rightly pointed out, from a contingency perspective, it gives us some flexibility to accommodate things like that. If there needed to be a fire vehicle that got through, the police at the north end at Colino, and we have police down at Bailey as well, would be available to facilitate access to Bailey if it were southbound, or if they're on site and needed to get out, if it was EMS, then we would have facilities and a second lane of traffic. One of the reasons that we wanted to make sure the inside of the casino was operating as well as it could be was that we weren't creating that kind of concussion effect of issues extending out onto Church Street or onto Squires Beach. One of the reasons that we kept the northbound open through that area was to minimize the impact frankly, on Brock and Westney. The tidal flow of traffic on Church Street, it's heavy southbound AM, heavy northbound in the PM, and those opposite directions are fairly light, relatively speaking. Those are what we tested, and we took those quantums of traffic and then displaced them over to Brock and to Westney and said, okay, how does the network work if we did that? We think with some traffic signal timing modifications, which we'll talk directly with the region with, that and the monitoring of traffic, as well as having police at strategic locations, that we think we can manage that over the course of the opening event period.
So, you had mentioned this is just the casino, the hotel, and performance arts venues weren't scheduled to be open. What is the scheduled opening for the hotel and performance arts?
I can answer that. Sure. Yeah, I don't have that.
Sure.
But the representative.
I'm Les Med from JLL, and representing the Toronto. So the hotel and the arena are scheduled to be open in Q4 of 2020.
So, and what is the projected increase of traffic? Like, will we get a separate presentation when the hotel opens?
Well, that's what the stakeholders want, and that's what they've identified, is that when those facilities open, that we go through this session again. And we take what we saw and learned from this process, and then we add on, which frankly, from a hotel perspective, it's not such a surge. When people come to stay at a hotel, it's a fairly random arrival pattern. With respect to a performing arts venue, depending on when shows are scheduled, it's fairly predictable about when people are going to come and when they show up. If anything, that gets stretched out a little bit more because of the casino. People will arrive a little bit earlier and just sort of entertain themselves at the casino and then go to a show. Versus it being a standalone kind of entertainment venue. Departure from an entertainment venue, same thing. If it were standalone, you'd get kind of a dump out and you'd have to handle that. But because it's part of a casino, you get people who linger, and so it mutes the peak of the arrival and the departure minute. But we have pretty good data about what kinds of arrival and departure patterns we will see for those. For that, we would graph that onto basically what's a casino event, what happening. But the casino wouldn't have the same novelty associated with it, so it wouldn't. It would have more of a typical, we'll say, steady state kind of a condition upon which we're then grafting these other new world land uses.
And just to follow up, the TMP and generally, this is just for the first 2 weeks of open, right? This is, we expect the highest volume.
Yes.
These 2 weeks.
It is.
And then, so that includes all the signs we have. These signs aren't gonna be permanent within Ajax?
No, they're temporary signs. All the static ones are temporary. The portable variable message signs are just that, they're portable.
Mm-hmm.
So they would be deployed and then taken away. The casino is in discussions with contractors, basically, that's their role in life, is to facilitate the deployment of signs and manage traffic in terms of the variable message signs. They're accredited, they're recognized by the town, the city, the region, the MTO, about being in their rights of way, and so they trust them. There's a lot of communications when it happens between these variable message signs, so it has to speak to the MTO traffic control, it has to speak to the regional traffic control. So all those things are sort of self-managed, if you will, but they'll be deployed through third-party contractors, which the various agencies are familiar with, and then collected again at the end of it.
Time-wise, we're at 1.5 months until approximate open.
About 8 weeks.
8 weeks, so
Yeah.
2 months.
Yeah.
Do we honestly feel that's enough time to communicate to the public the changes that they'll be facing?
I do, mainly because in past circumstances, when I've done this before for much larger events, there was less time. There's only so much information that you can give somebody before you then have to remind them again. So if you give it to them too early, it becomes, sort of forget. There is that sort of sweet spot of being in that 2 to 4 week window of educating people about what's going to happen, whether there's a closure, whether there's a rerouting, or whether there's information that they should be thinking about when they're planning their trips come a certain set of dates in mind.
And then you had mentioned Casino Ajax operating as a satellite lot push shuttle service.
Yes.
Doesn't it seem like, McDonald's offering a drive to Burger King for breakfast customers? Why wouldn't we want them to go to the Casino Ajax?
They run both of the facilities.
True, but
It's in our best interest, sorry, even as the security operations manager for Pickering and recently Ajax, it's in our best interest of both properties to succeed. So that's part of why we want to have the off-site parking as well. There's many amenities that we will offer at Ajax, some of our buffets or offering or gifting that may not be seen at Pickering. So we really do want to have two properties that not only support each other, but are working in collaboration.
I get that, but Ajax Casino is in my ward, and we have a very dedicated customer base.
Absolutely.
And I just would hate to think that this shuttle service is going to take away, I see you view it as sharing the customer base, whereas I view it as directly poaching customers from point A to point B, which would ultimately affect the town of Ajax and more importantly, my constituency.
And that's a fair point. In my 11 years working at Casino Ajax, we do have a very loyal customer base, and I believe we'll actually encourage some of them to come back. I don't think Casino Pickering might necessarily speak to some of our loyal customers. So I think we are offering two very different options for them. And by all means, we'll see how that I guess plays out in the end. But I really do think that we're going to attract and offer something that your constituents want to see. That maybe we've had complaints over the last couple of years about crowding or about parking or those things. A lot of those stresses will be alleviated by having a Pickering.
Think of it as 2 kids instead of 1. You love them both.
That's not true. I only have 1 kid, sorry. So just finally, and then you mentioned Ajax Go Rail Station as a transit hub for our shuttle service. I didn't think there was much parking left at our Ajax Go
We're not
Station.
parking anybody, we're not suggesting anybody parks at Ajax Go Rail Station. That would just be silly.
So I guess the follow-up then is, because we actually haven't had direct conversations with Durham Transit regarding that, do we understand how our buses are going to be affected in the afternoon with high school students and now casino guests all going to the same hub, people coming back from work?
One of the stipulations, I think, is probably an appropriate word, that Metrolinx has, because it's their facility, is that it doesn't impact their GO buses or the Durham Region Transit buses that do frequent their site. They are very cognizant of that. So what we're trying to do is find space, curbside space, whether it be in the bus loop area or whether it be in the pickup and drop-off area, that can be, that people will be familiar with if they're looking for that kind of it. Because this is not, the shuttle operations aren't something that would stop after the opening events. That's something that One Toronto Gaming wants to continue into the future. And it's in their interest to do that. Metrolinx is interested in having that facility linked, if you will, directly. If it becomes something that's the Durham Region Transit would do, then I'm sure there's a discussion that would happen. What they don't want it to do is impact negatively the public transit services that frequent those locations.
I'm sure my council colleagues have 1,001 questions, so I'll just leave it at this. It's more of a comment. This isn't a matter of whether the casino should be there or not. It's there. We're excited for the opportunities economically and for pleasure and whatnot. But the concern ultimately is that it's a beating heart, but the veins leading to the heart are narrow, and we don't want a blockage of an artery to cause a long-term issue. Because ultimately, it's our residents. No, I just thought of it now, to be honest. Our residents aren't going to call you; they're going to call us with these concerns, and ultimately, we will have no avenue of which to fix these concerns, except for just saying to you, hey, this plan you concocted 8 weeks ago, it's not really working. To which you'll say, we'll try and do better next time, but that doesn't directly help.
That's partly why we want to be thinking about this on a daily basis, sort of,
we do.
End of day. Well, no, I'm from the
Oh, you.
from the people involved in it, right? I've done a couple of these before, and you're right. There, it's something starts to happen, and there's a whole bunch of eyes that just sort of turn and go, "What do we do?" And you need to have answers. But I think part of the communications strategy is to make sure that if you are getting calls, then you know who to call to pass them along as quickly as possible. So if we're reviewing things at end of day or end of week, hopefully we've already seen or talked about what you're going to tell us about. So that's why the strategy is hatched the way it is.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regional Councilor Crawford.
Thank you, Tim, for your detailed presentation. I think you talked just a little bit too long because I was kind of with you at the beginning, and then I just got more and more nauseous as you kept going. So just for that.
It was the bagel.
That wasn't you. Must have been the bagel.
Okay.
What is your estimation of cars/visitors on opening day or week?
Well, if I had to do the old educated guess, because that's what we do in transportation, my guess is that you're probably going to see something in the order of 2,000 to 3,000 vehicles at any point in time that would fill up that, to try to fill up that site.
So.
But I'll say that what we typically see with land use like this is certainly not on mass one, but, 1.5 to 2, probably more than 2 people per car. So that's what gives me some comfort level with respect to the amount of parking that's on site and the ability to accommodate the parking that's needed to accommodate the people that are coming. There is a capacity to the casino itself. I'll gladly defer to Ian's expertise in terms of security.
3,845 for opening.
That's your capacity?
Yes,
Yeah.
based on our occupancy and our liquor license. So
Could
our
you say that again?
3,000.
3,405.
Thank you. Our building will be full long before our parking garages.
In which case, we have the ability to get that kind of information about, the casino building is filling up, and we're reaching that kind of capacity. You sort of immediately correlate that to how's the parking doing, to what's happening on Church, what's coming up Church Street. I always like to have a bit of a visual of what's happening with these things. But if you do see something like that start to happen, and there is a sort of a capacity, an impending capacity issue with the building or the parking, then the variable messages signs are going to have instructions to people that are still either in the car or on the road that they're not going to be able to access a parking garage or the building, and that they're going to be directed away from the site. But we try to get that message out as far afield as we can, so that people can change their arrival patterns. We don't lure them in, till the very end and then say, sorry, you're gonna have to go that way, north on Church, for example. We can disperse them in different directions before they get to that.
So does that happen on the 401 when somebody's on their way here?
Well,
Because like at the
Yep.
at the border crossing, it says it's going to take you 30 minutes to get
Yeah.
across, right? Like, is that kind of what can you do that on the 401? I've never seen signs like that.
well, the MTO are always a bit of a surprise, but when the last set of conversations that we had with them, there seemed to be an optimistic glimmer of hope that there was messaging that we might be able to get that had intimated the word casino in it, which would be extraordinary and be fabulous, because we could then start to educate people as far away as Conlins Road on the 401 in Scarborough, and let them know. And with that, you can divert them away. You're not even getting them onto Bailey or to Kingston Road. But we've got other variable message signage areas where we can do that. And we have some on Brock, and we have some on Westney, and then we have them at Bailey at Church. So we can kind of sequence the message. That's the attempt, is to try to sequence the message. And we're negotiating right now with MTO and the region. They're the two agencies where the variable message signs would be, as to how specific we can get with our message.
So I've never really known the MTO to move at a fast pace. So I don't anticipate that's going to happen in the near future. But
Actually, we're meeting with them on Thursday, and believe it or not, I've interacted with MTO on a lot of occasions, and that
This is
might
faster?
be it. It's actually,
of course, the province is
it
putting
is lightning fast for
Yeah.
MTO, let me put it
Okay,
that way.
yeah.
And
Province wants a bigger one.
the ministry, actually the provincial government is very motivated.
Oh, I'm sure they're very motivated. $10,000 a month. So there's roughly now
A million.
a million.
And 10 million.
Okay.
10,000.
Okay, 10 million. Sorry. So there's roughly, as I know, John, I don't know where he went to. There's about 10,000 cars that travel on Church Street, going in, coming and going on Church Street at any given time. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10,000 a day.
That's
Over a
now. That's
day.
now.
Over a day.
Yeah, but that's now.
Yes.
Right? So, there's no road widening scheduled at all from Durham Region, as I understand it right now. The only thing they're doing is extending turn lanes, which will visually look like it's widening, but it's really just making longer turn lanes, correct?
It is, however, it's like plumbing. If you make the valve bigger, you can get more through it,
Okay.
which Colino and Church is important.
Yes, very important. You've already addressed, so when the hotel is completed,
Mhm.
will it have its own parking, or is it sharing the 7,000 parking spaces that you already have?
3,600. Well, it'll be closer to 4,000, but it'll be sharing it all, because the experience of going to a facility like a casino with a hotel and a performing arts is one that is very integrated. If all
And
the
that then
casinos.
takes away from the just coming and going, right, of the parking spots?
It-
It takes
from a ho-
3,500 of the 7,000 are just parking for hotel, is that correct?
Well, there's only.
There's plans for valet in the future as well, which we could utilize one of our closer lots or lots across the way, so that would alleviate some of that issue.
But there's 250 or 275 that they're actually building in the hotel.
Yes.
So, you know, I would say it's probably in the order of 500 people if it were full, generally, for that. So they would tend to be staying there to, like an overnight condition, or staying there and then doing other things in Ajax and Pickering.
Just so you know, in case you didn't know, this is Ward 1, it's my ward, it's Rob's ward, so we're intimate about this. Tim's been great, he's come to our little 92 Church Street. Huh? Your ward too, guys. But just so you know, it's going to impact all of us, I get that, but not as much in the Pickering area, more in the Ajax area, just stating it. So thank you very much for your openness. Okay, phase 2 is the performing arts, is that correct? When do you
Correct.
anticipate that beginning?
It started.
It's underway, it's being built.
Okay, next question. How do you plan to commingle casino traffic, hotel traffic? Because, I mean, assuming that somebody's staying overnight at the hotel, they gotta leave at some point, with the construction traffic. Because that has to be as much as it was with the casino itself. And I got nothing but complaints, except on truck traffic coming through. Because, I mean, to their defense, if I had to defend them, they're gonna take the path of least resistance, which is usually through my no truck traffic road, Randall, to avoid, and I know that we're only doing this closure on Church Street because of opening day, so that's not a permanent fixture.
No.
So we are going to have, trucks going the easiest way that they can get through, and it just simply cannot handle, the road system, in our neighborhoods cannot handle the truck traffic. And I know short of me going out and doing it myself, you can't stop it. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I can't do it.
I guess there's a couple questions
Yeah.
in that. I would say that the best way to affect change to truck movements is to get on the horn to the casino representatives and let them know as quickly as it is happening. The sooner they know it's happening, the sooner that they are capable of doing something about it. I think that
But once they're on site,
yeah.
there is this
Well, there-
dance of trucks and cars that have to happen, correct?
Well,
It doesn't?
It's separate. We have
Yeah,
Pickering.
there's these isolated construction zones that will be completely boarded and separate from the open casino area. So all the truck traffic will be coming in from the west side through the construction gates, and they will be contained within that construction zone south of the casino and south of the hotel. So all of the work is from that side. It's completely isolated from the public parking and from the north and west roads. They'll only have that one direct road in and out.
So coming up Church Street will no longer be a good option for them?
No, there'll be the traffic plan, what we're going to mandate is they come Squires Beach.
Yeah.
That'll be the construction access point.
So on the screen, I've just shown the yellow areas are the construction site areas, the parking that has been, parking and or the zone itself. So that is the Performing Arts Center building, and this is the hotel. And if you see the site currently, you'll see 3 towers where the cores of the building are already constructed. So they're building around that right now, and they're using the area in front of it to like hoist equipment, hoist materials, do the load transfers between the trucks and getting it into the building itself. Similarly for the Performing Arts Center, but there's quite a bit of area around that is not yet been configured to accommodate what will be the one of the formal pickup and drop-off areas in front of the hotel. So that's not available yet for the public to travel in. So the trucks and the equipment and the construction is actually happening in those areas. outside of the areas where the public could access parking or be a pedestrian and walk from the parking to the building.
So, again, about the road widening, you said something about pipelines, I don't,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
when will we start seeing widening
They've been
happen?
tendered. There's
No.
utility.
But that's for lane extensions, right? Because Brock and Bailey has potentially a
Yeah.
2 left-hand turn lane
Yes.
gonna be happening. That's not actually widening, that's just pushing more traffic onto Bailey, right?
No, it's widening, actually, there's widening that's happening there. At the intersection, through the intersection, there's property and that which is required to achieve that.
That's just to
being-
move everything over though, right?
That's to
Because they
fit
had to
in the
realign
dual,
all the.
dual southbound left turn lane which you've identified. To fit that in requires some adjustments to the curbs, for example, on both sides. So there's a process that they're going through in order to facilitate that actual construction.
It's quite a project, if I understand
Yep.
correctly. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm on works.
Uh,
So,
yeah.
that was supposed to start in March, is that correct? Is that not happening now
There's-
in March, right?
I don't have the specific timeline for the commencement of that, because, as anything, there's always utilities that need to be moved first, and those things. So there's a utility window that they're provided within the tender documents. I haven't seen the tender documents for that particular intersection, but, so there's a window for that, and then there's the actual construction window for implementing the dual southbound left and the other things at that intersection that have been approved, have been mandated, and will be implemented. The other improvements have been tendered, and they're sorting out the utility contracts up front now, and then they'll be constructed. So they're sort of staggered as to the complexity and the amount of time it'll take to actually get them implemented.
I think there's an important distinction to note that that work is being carried out by triple properties,
Yes.
not one Toronto BV. So
Yes.
they are in control of that work.
Yes.
But Durham Region is actually doing the construction, correct?
Well, no, the contracts have, the tenders for the contract have been let out to contractors, and they bid on them, and they've been awarded. So now they're moving forward in conjunction with and supervised by the region, or the city if need be, in terms of the changes that are being made to the public streets.
Okay, so for opening day, that whole Church Street, that I didn't quite understand, but the Church Street thing's only for the first couple of weeks, is that
Yeah,
right, the
correct.
closure? And then we open it up again?
Correct.
What if we find traffic is ridiculous again? Is there an option to close it off again, to kind of retrain the animal, and then do we open it back? Like or do we just see this as being the only fix for opening day?
Well, no, that's partly why the monitoring portion of the traffic management plan exists, is to try and understand how that traffic is behaving and, I'll say, heading towards the steady state condition. And what, if any, of the traffic management plan needs to be either increased or decreased in order to accommodate those things, so that we know by the end of the 2 weeks that, what we will have in place is what we need to have in place.
Because I'm no traffic analyst, but I would think on long weekends that there would be probably a heavier flow of traffic coming in. Would that be an option to do that same kind of deal with the Church Street? Yeah.
We have spoken about this, and if this framework works, then this could be something we revert to for those big impact events, long weekends. Any kind of, we have a big grand opening when we open the Performing Arts Center and the hotel. If we decide to do something big, then that's a strategy we can obviously go back to, as long as it works out well. One of the contingencies we built in too is daily communication with the stakeholders. Inspector Haskins has been gracious in communicating with us and saying, hey, we'll look at it daily. If traffic doesn't support the amount of resources that we're asking for, let's make that decision right now and we'll tame it down. Or again, if we need to ramp it up. We understand that there's an impact on all stakeholders. DRPS does not have an infinite number of resources at their disposal, so we want this to be as low impact as possible. And I think that's important too. We're opening with 2,300 slot machines, 100 tables, and we ideally would just love to open the door and let it organically flow. We don't want to have that big event. We understand we're still under construction, so we're trying to impact the community as least as possible.
So we all hope that this is a great success. We believe it will be a great success. And, but I thank you for listening to our concerns, but because the unknown is the worst part of everything. And so I know he has a lot of questions, so I'll just be quiet now.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Dice?
Thank you. Thank you
Oh,
for
sorry.
coming today.
I think you were
and sharing
waiting
the
more than the
information
last.
with us.
No.
Oh, I apologize. Actually, can we correct this? I apologize. I wanted to speak last. You're up.
No, he's speaking the order. That's
Sorry,
okay.
sorry. I thought you gave me direction here that you want to speak last.
I said I didn't want to speak first.
Oh, Mayor Collier.
So I don't want to take everybody's questions, but I'm ready to go, so.
Sorry, Joanne. She was first.
Can you just go back one thing you just said before I start, where you said,
Okay.
if things get out of control, we can always phase them back? What did you mean by that?
Not out of control. I mean more so if we realize through our daily communications that we do not require the amount of resources that we've set forth in the plan. Again, we're trying to plan for worst case scenario. If we meet daily and we decide with the local police service that everything's under control, we have far less traffic or impact to the regional network than we thought, we can scale that system back. What I meant adversely, of course, is that if we do realize there's a heavier impact than we first anticipated, we'll be able to react on the fly and have that open line of communication where we can say, maybe we do need to have additional resources deployed to, surrounding areas, intersections, whatever that looks like.
Okay, so there's nothing in the plan that says scaling back is in any way scaling back the number of gaming positions
No.
or that type of thing?
No.
You're talking about scaling
Resources.
the resources to manage the traffic?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear, because I found that interesting. Just to finish up on the road work that Councillor Crawford started on, do you not find it ridiculous that this project is 6 weeks away from opening? Is it still April 3rd? That was the last date we were given at the meeting last
I
Monday.
have it 8 weeks, but I think it's the.
Still April.
The target is the first week of April.
Right, so it's not 8 weeks, it's less than 6 weeks.
No, it's 8 from today.
Okay, I checked my
I
calendar.
just happened to count, so
Um,
I'll be sure with that.
But to find out that, okay, the road networks are tendered. This project, I mean, the building was tendered, what, 3 years ago? I mean, this,
No, last
2
year.
years ago?
Last
Well,
year.
okay, for instance, okay, so let's say last year. Do you don't think the road network should have been tendered last year too? Because we're gonna be having, I don't know how many thousand cars on this area from every which way, and now we're gonna add construction at 5 access points.
Well, I think the construction, we've taken the construction sort of out of the equation. I think we'll be able to isolate that in a way that it doesn't interfere.
Can you use Bailey Insurance and tell me how that's out of the equation?
Sorry?
Brennan?
It's not under one Toronto Gaming's control.
I get that, and respectfully, I don't wanna, I'm not saying anything to be disrespectful to anybody, whether it's Durham Live or Triple Properties or Toronto Gaming, it doesn't matter. The problem is gonna be here, and we're gonna have to deal with it, so, I mean, I don't wanna point fingers, I'm just saying, these are things that should have been in place a long, long time ago. Let's talk about putting the cart before the horse. I mean, this is, the road network, to me, I think should have been in place long before we start trying to figure out how we're gonna put signage up everywhere and direct traffic. Would you agree with that? Does that not make sense, proper?
I've run into this circumstance on other openings, malls, for example. Even in some cases, concert events and things like that, where the time it takes to get the, road improvements designed, tendered, and built, is slower than what it takes to get a building designed, approved, and opened. And that's what, in part, the traffic management plan is intended to do, is react to that circumstance and use the resources that are available to see what other contingencies or steps need to be taken in order to address it in a reasonable way. And that's what this whole process is about.
Okay, well, we'll have to agree to disagree on that. Before I forget, can you provide the clerk with a copy of your presentation?
Yeah, I
Thank
can do
you.
that for sure.
Your first slide or second slide, the second option, the second bullet was to minimize the disruption to the normal traffic flow in communities surrounding the facility. I don't see anything after listening to the whole plan that does that. I think we are going to, this plan is going to disrupt traffic flow more than anything else. I mean, have you ever been to this area at 4 o'clock any day of the week, Monday through Friday?
Oh, yeah, many
Okay.
times.
So you know when 4 o'clock, when OPG lets out, traffic is backed up from church almost all the way to the end.
I know that it's very busy, there's several of intersections in the
Okay.
area, yeah.
It's kind of the absolute worst place, and I pleaded with them at Triple Properties to have access from Squires Beach as the main entrance and not church. Unsuccessfully, obviously.
On a permanent basis, or?
On a permanent basis.
It will have.
Flip the floor plan.
It will have.
It will have.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Well, the public street access from Bailey along Squires Beach and Colino into the west side is as available as Church Street is on the east side. In fact, if anything, I would almost argue that with the two structured parking garages on the west side, that for people who are repeat goers, that they may decide that that's a better way to get in, is Squires Beach and Colino, because it's closer to the.
That was
yeah.
my exact suggestion.
Well, that's why the public road is open and available on that side. And eventually, there would be pickup and drop-off facilities on that side of the.
So given that, why is that not part of the traffic management plan as the main access point?
Because after having looked at Church and Squires Beach, if you flip the one-way pattern, for example, in reverse, what we do is we end up trapping people. If we had to stop people from coming in, and we were using Squires Beach, and they were coming in Squires Beach and then entering the site, there'd be no relief valve, if you will, in an emergency circumstance. With Church Street, there is. You know, it's not a planned event when you need to evacuate people, or if you have to get people out of a building. That's something that's done rarely, but you need to have that kind of opportunity. And having it in a counterclockwise flow, for example, and using Church Street as the inbound condition from Bailey gives us that opportunity. We can divert people before they get into the site away from this particular site. We can continue to empty out parking lots, having stopped the inflow from that side. We can then use Colino to Church in an emergency to get people out. We can do the same thing, and because it would already be set up that way with Squires Beach, of getting people out of the site. And again, we'd have 2 lanes open. We would certainly, the word would get very quickly to the police at Squires Beach and Bailey, or at Bailey and Church, or at Colino and Church, as well as the Mill and Church officers. They would all get the message pretty much instantaneously if something like that had to happen. But you would have that relief valve to use. You'd be getting people out of the system. If you flipped it in the other direction, you wouldn't have that.
All right, so let me ask, it's one way that direction?
It's
Is
one
there
way.
any way to get out of Church Street?
Sorry?
According to this plan, is there
Yeah.
any way for people to exit out Colino onto Church Street?
No.
Okay, so they can
Well,
only
just
enter
the
on Church?
shuttle buses that would be coming in an emergency vehicle, for example.
For the 2 weeks.
Okay.
For the 2 weeks of open.
Yes.
Okay.
Beyond which they would have a 2-way flow available.
The assumptions that you used, how do you determine those assumptions? Did you go to another like-sized facility?
We looked at patterning for casinos that had been opened, ones that we could get that were as similar in size as possible. But what we were trying to do was find the relationship between when they open and when they're back to steady state, and how do those 2 circumstances compare. So it's more a ratio than anything. But we do have an understanding about a casino of this size and what its travel characteristics
Do
are.
we have one local, can you name one about this size in Ontario?
There's some that are bigger, Woodbine's bigger.
Okay, so,
But and so we have data for Woodbine in terms of normal operations, and what we're trying to understand is, because there's a subtlety here, and I tried to make this point, and that is that this isn't one of their hard openings, so they're not having fireworks, and they're not having a big name draw in a performing arts center as a headliner, or they're not having some other kind of activity on site that is generating hype, which is what typically happens when you open a mall or you open up a new, facility where you're going to get lots of people coming on a regular basis. You're trying to generate that kind of activity and excitement around it. That's not what they're trying to do. With the hotel and the performing arts not opening now, they don't have those opportunities. So we're not going to see the same kind of spike in opening day activity or attendance that you would see if you had another. We had one in BC. I'm just trying to remember the name of it now. That they Great Canadian runs, but with that particular opening, they had a great deal of hype around it, and there was a big spike at the opening events of it. But that opening events they had a traffic management plan as well. They were actually planning for the fireworks and for the activities happening. Here, that subtlety isn't part of the equation here, and it will, we believe, translate into a more muted kind of opening event than it would if you had the casino performing arts center opening at the same time.
Does Woodbine have a performing arts center? I don't think it does.
Well, Woodbine has the track
Okay,
as well.
but no,
but they have
Ramah
other.
does. It
I
does. I've
think
been
they
to
do. They
Ramah's.
have entertainment facilities there, I believe.
Have you been there when there's a concert? Ramah, that's a similar size.
Which one? Oh yeah, no, Ramah. We've been there, counted it several times.
So you've been there when a concert finished?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, and full. In fact, there were. It was Reba McEntire. I can tell you what it was, and she was there for the weekend, and 2 of them were sold out in succession. We have that data. We have that count of information about the arrival rates. Those kinds of things. That's what we've been using to forecast the traffic activity for the casino itself. So we have a pretty good idea about what those kinds of things generate. That's why we're pretty confident about the occupancy load and the fact that there isn't going to be a performing arts center here at the opening.
Yeah. When is the estimated opening of that, of the performing arts center?
Q4 of this year.
Okay, so let's move on from that. How many staff will be there on opening day?
Not sure, to be honest.
Staff, we could have anywhere from 300 to 400.
And where are they gonna park? They'll take up some of the parking.
Well, they either will or we'll park them off site. We're working through that with our local.
That's not part of the traffic management plan?
It is. It's a fundamental reason why we have the offsite, the remote parking. We're trying to encourage as much of the employee activity to be parked offsite as possible.
That's what I'm thinking, so
Yeah.
why wouldn't you just have it on opening day for as long as this PMP is operating, have the parking offsite at the Pickering GO station and have them shuttle, end of story?
Because
There's collective bargaining
Yeah.
involved, so we're working through those now with our local.
we don't have 100% carriage over.
You're not even open yet and you're already having union
No.
issues?
Well, we have an existing CBA at Ajax that carries over to Pickering, so
Okay.
it's,
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're trying to convince, encourage, entice, you can use a whole bunch of words to get the people to park off-site for that very reason. Same thing we do shopping centers at Christmas.
can you
Parking
speak to
lot,
the
right,
trip
people
count?
park.
The trip count for this site was modified through a minor variance in August.
Yep.
And they say it's the same trip count as we have here in Ajax, only in Ajax, we opened with 200 slots, not.
So the rate.
You said it was 2,300.
The rate is what we use, not the actual volume of traffic.
The trip count.
Rate.
Trip
You have to
rate.
be- Yeah, trip rate. It's very
Okay,
different from.
whichever was changed as of the minor variance in
Yes.
August.
Yeah.
How is
Similar.
that a relation with like size
Oh, very.
casinos like
very,
Ramah?
very good. In fact, the trip rate on a per gaming position basis does vary with the size casino. And so smaller casinos will tend to have a higher trip rate per gaming position than a larger casino. So, and that's just fact, that's the evidence of accounting and data that we've counted and graphed and mathematical equations, et cetera. So we're quite happy with how that actually turned out as a relationship.
Well, the region was party to that, we were
Yeah.
not. And they requested monitoring. And monitoring was not granted as part of the minor
Monitoring was
variance.
always going to be part of the next stage of transportation impact study assessments for the overall site.
Were you part of the minor variance
Yes.
application? So why didn't you bring that up when it was asked for with the region?
Because it's part of the, I'll say, the checks and balances that are part of the transportation impact study process that any subsequent development on the site will go through.
So let me
And you
change
can't do
gears for a
monitoring
second.
until it's open, so it's a bit of a catch-22, but it had always been planned that way.
Well, I'm confused as to why, when it was the region's request, it wasn't put in then.
Because it was
declined.
it's already part of the zoning process. They have that ability to require it through the zoning process.
So if the monitoring shows that there is major problems, then what happens?
We use a higher rate.
Dumb it down for me, I don't understand what you mean.
Every stage of development on any phased site, ideally, certainly from the perspective of the technical people, you always try to learn from the previous phase. So as the first phase of this opens, which is the casino and the performing arts and the hotel when those do open, we'll be using information that we've counted to educate the next steps.
Then what was the need to change the trip rate back in
Because
August?
it was too high, in our opinion, and data backs that up.
By changing that trip rate, what effect did it have on the current plan? Did it affect the number of gaming positions?
No, they'd always planned for the same number of gaming positions.
So it didn't have any effect of the amount of gaming positions that it could open with on day one?
It
I think it did.
facilitated the number of gaming positions sooner, but I would argue from a technical person's perspective that that's an appropriate relationship. That the original trip rate, for example, was too high, and it artificially inflated the traffic. All the data and evidence that we've gathered from, empirical studies, not sort of.
Did it
wishing
improve the number of gaming positions allowed at the site?
No, the gaming positions that were permitted under the zoning are the same number of gaming positions.
Did it change the parking requirements?
There was a separate variance for the parking
Right,
requirements.
but does the trip count change the number of parking spaces needed?
It didn't, because the parking is an accumulation effect as opposed to the trip rate, which is a comings and goings over a particular hour. Parking is an accumulation statistic.
So the second minor variance was the one that only addressed parking?
There was parking one, and but the parking one addressed other
Parking was
uses as well.
September, but that allowed a reduction of parking, is that correct?
It adjusted the rates, yes,
Which would have allowed a reduction in parking requirement.
for the combined facility, that's correct. But again, I believe that from a technical perspective, it was the right parking rates. The original parking rates that were in the zoning bylaw were created without, they would sort of relied upon,
Well, surely,
Just
getting to this point up until August last year, there'd already been a transportation study, and they had those numbers that you used for this probably.
we did, and we were always suggesting through the transportation study that those trip rates were too high. And we, through that transportation study, proposed trip rates were empirically supported and based, and the region with enough material and empirical data agreed with that.
I would love to have been at the table to have that discussion. In August and September.
We can show you the trip rate information.
Squires Beach, so you're saying Squires Beach will be open and fully accessible the entire time? In a
Yes.
counterclockwise?
Yeah, southbound, think of it as southbound. position.
Okay, where's the construction traffic gonna access the site?
Northbound on Squires Beach,
Northbound?
yeah. And
So,
then along
Are
Clio.
those
and-
separated lanes?
It was 2 lanes of traffic on those prior
Okay,
streets.
so they're gonna be part of the same route, but just going opposite directions.
Correct, and in far less frequency.
What about transit? You said something that I don't believe is correct about Durham Regional Transit refused to access the site. That's not the information I have.
They made a decision not to access the site during the opening event period. And instead, they're going to rely upon the exchange areas at the GO stations, where the shuttles will be coming from the GO stations to the casino.
I have an email here from the general manager of Durham Regional Transit. Casino GM did advise us not to enter the site during the opening due to access issues. We're currently looking for access issues for specialized service. Casino General Manager Tyrone. Is Tyrone here?
No, sorry.
Okay. That's who this is from. I know a little bit about transit. And I know a big part of it is, you know, just to put transit in place to service the site for this year is 700,000, for the whole year is 1.5 million. And it just wasn't funded. But this doesn't say that they decided not to go on. This says the casino GM advised them not to. So I'm wondering why there's no part of this transportation master plan that deals with getting people out of their cars and other form of transportation, except if there's overflow parking, then they take a shuttle. Or
No,
the
we're-
people that would come from the GO
shuttles-
anyway.
The shuttles are running from the GO stations, independent of the remote parking lots. Those are separate shuttles. We had originally tried to accommodate DRT on this site. Gave them a couple of different routing options that they could take to get into the site. The best information I have is they elected not to do that. They didn't want to run experience the added travel time that they thought would be associated with running buses either up Church and into the site amongst general traffic, and then out Squires Beach, or coming in Squires Beach and using the contraflow lane around the site and then exiting again by that to go back down to the Bailey Street corridor that they were going to run along. Again, the best information I have is that they elected not to do that.
Well, that's not accurate. I can tell you that the routes are planned, it's costed, it's just not
Well, I think that
funded.
might be happening after the opening event ceremony, or opening events, but not during the opening event period.
I have a
which
real
is what
problem
this is all
with
about.
the thought of the shuttles coming across Highway 2 from Casino Ajax and going up Church and going past the roadblocks. If we're closing Church,
Sorry, on Highway 2 and going up Church?
well, down,
Down
south,
Church.
but
Okay.
on a map. I have a real issue with that. If we're gonna block Church, we need to block Church. And allowing access for a shuttle up and down there, I think defeats the purpose and should go the other route, which is your non-recommended route, up.
That would defeat the purpose of the shuttle being more attractive and being more reliable.
Well, but from what you've said here, there's only gonna be 2,000 cars on site, and you've got parking for 3,700 and something, so
Yeah.
it shouldn't be used anyway, according to what we've been seeing today. But
Well-
also coming from the GO station
Yeah.
in Pickering, it's a lot closer than the 7 kilometers away at Casino Ajax. If you need overflow parking, it would make more sense to have that straight along Bailey. I'm not a traffic engineer,
Well,
but-
that's why we have an alternate route, but because we plan on using the bus lanes on Kingston Road, we believe that it's a more reliable and quicker service.
Well, you can't use the bus lanes along Kingston Road because they're for
Actually-
Durham Regional Transit and GO only.
Well, no, I think we can. That's what we've been talking to the region about during the stakeholder meetings. And I don't want to put words in the police's mouth, but I have a feeling that in the interest of facilitating the infrequent, I'll say infrequent in terms of the frequency relative to transit use of the bus lanes, that Durham Region has said that they mustn't pick people up from a regional
Well,
transit stop.
Let me cut you off, because
You can't even use it.
Church Street, north of Highway 2 is an Ajax road, not a regional road. So they can say what they want about Highway 2, but they don't get to make the decision that that's Church Street, to my understanding. South of 401 for sure. North of the 401 is town of Ajax.
Okay,
So my recommendation or my comments on this plan is, I don't wanna see shuttles coming the roundabout route from the GO station clockwise or from Ajax Downs this way and coming up Church Street to access the site. I think all traffic needs to come along daily.
even if it's more efficient and a better routing option?
That's my comments on that. And looking at the map, it's almost twice the distance coming from Pickering Go. I don't know how that could possibly be more efficient. And there are no bus lanes going through that section of Pickering Village. The preferred from Pickering Go is up along Highway 2 and down, the red line. Well, we can look at it. Do you have that slide?
Red line was church. Was
I'm
Highway
pretty
2.
sure red line was.
Yeah.
From Ajax.
That's a Pickering one, there.
There.
It's a little difficult with the lights on, but the red is along along Liverpool, Kingston, and then south on Church. And that is so there's the Pickering.
That's Pickering Go.
Pickering Go.
Mhm.
Here, which would encounter far less in the way of traffic volumes, either at Brock or Squires Beach or Church. We use the bus lanes and then a Church Street upon which there would be substantially less southbound traffic by dint of the closure, temporary closure.
Get it.
And then back again.
I'd like to talk about the signage. You said the signage to be installed 2 to 4 weeks in advance,
Yes, that's what we're targeting.
which is not far.
Mhm.
Do we have a commitment that all the signage will be installed prior to opening day?
Yeah, we would need it installed prior to opening day. That's the point of the signage.
What's the plan if it's not?
Well, it would be installed as soon as possible, but I think based on past experience, don't think there's an issue with getting the signage installed in time. Deploying the signage is relatively straightforward. From the contractor's perspective, that's what they do. They're given a plan, they're given the locations of the various signs, and the signs are made, and then they're implemented according to the plan. I've worked with sign companies, traffic management companies in the past on many occasions, and it's amazing how fast they can actually deploy these
Okay,
signs.
and that's good. I hope it happens.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't happen, then
And they will be
things just go ahead anyway.
They will be implemented, they usually work from the core outwards. Or we can identify, the priority signs, get these in place first, and then follow up with the secondary and tertiary sign locations. But I'm quite confident that certainly the primary sign locations would be implemented first by the.
What I'm trying to understand is, the signage is part of the traffic management plan. So you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, that with or without the signs, if something happens, they're not installed, this is going ahead anyway, the traffic management plan goes ahead anyway,
Well,
with or without,
with
and
the
they will follow when they're ready.
With the target of being several weeks in advance with the signage,
Mhm.
and I don't think we're going to miss the opening day.
I'm confident we won't, but okay. So, no, there isn't a requirement for the signs before opening day.
Well, there is, that's why there's a 2 to 4 week
Okay.
lead time to get them implemented.
I have some issues about the timing and what Marilyn was saying about, this transportation master plan. We don't know how long it is. We don't know if it's 2 days.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, 2
2
months.
2
So
weeks.
it's 2 weeks. So after 2 weeks, all the
If-
police
if after-
officers are
if after-
gone, all the signal people are gone.
No, if after 2 weeks it's decided based on the conditions, operating conditions, and many persons' input. If it needs to last longer, then that's what the stakeholders group has basically decided, is that it would last longer.
Are there set variables that need to be met? Or is it just based on our opinion? Are there set things? I'll use Ajax, Casino Ajax as an example. Opened with 200 slots, okay? There was a number of conditions needed to be met for them to go to 400.
I don't know
Okay.
what those conditions
But
are.
I'm just telling you, that was what happened. Then there was another set of conditions for 600, another set for 800.
Yeah.
Phased in. For this, we have our transportation management plan. And traffic, let's say it's heavy. And let's say after 2 weeks, it's still heavy. Who makes that decision? Is there a certain number, like it has to be less than 2,000? Or is it just based on what the members of the group feel is the right
I believe
amount?
it is being premised on the collective wisdom of the stakeholders who all have a vested interest in making sure that the operating conditions are acceptable. And I'll say acceptable as a term, that all that is being done to manage the traffic, whether it be sufficient resources at Brock and Bailey, for example, to ensure that the queuing doesn't extend back to the off-ramp, 401 off-ramp, or if the 401 off-ramp itself becomes overloaded at Brock or at Wesley, there will be, in the opinion of the agency reviewing those things, who has carriage over those facilities, will make a decision as to whether or not, for example, a crash truck is brought out and people are diverted away from the end of Brock to crash truck just being the vehicle that comes out, drops its barrier behind it and directs traffic away from the end of a queue to avoid issues. Now, my preliminary discussions with MTO, for example, in that circumstance, is that it's generally an incident or other event that triggers activity from the Compass Center that gets first responders out to address a particular situation. Now, if it gets busy and you start to repeatedly block the main line, that's certainly going to get MTO out there, and to the point where they will then push people past that interchange, direct them to the next one. A sign message will go up on the variable message signs in advance of that location, and then when the system returns back to a manageable one, they'll open it up again. So there are triggers and reactions that, for example, and I use MTO again, that they already have in place to deal with circumstances that are, I'll say, beyond atypical, at like an off-ramp, for example.
Okay. I'm not so much concerned about the off-ramp at Brock. I'm more concerned about Church and Bailey and that immediate area. So the decision-making power falls to the group of stakeholders?
Well, in that circumstance, if you're talking about Bailey, it'll be the region. But the region will have field staff, they will have their CCTV cameras, they'll be monitoring those things, and will be reacting to those kinds of circumstances. If there's a queue that's starting to form that's too long, for example, on the eastbound left turn, Bailey and Church, and signal timing cannot be adjusted accordingly to get rid of it, then the likely next stage is to have Durham Region Works Department put the signal on flash and have the police take over the intersection, and then deal with the particular movement that is heavy, and clear out that particular issue.
Okay. You said that John Grieve had already shared our traffic counts with you. There's no way for us to measure our baseline data against the flow from the facility until the blockade is gone from Church Street.
So I think we
once
can-
that, so let's just say that access going up Church Street or down Church Street, whichever you want, at Mill Street stays in place for 2 months. And then in 2 months, that's gone. And we see a significant rise in our baseline data of traffic flow on Church Street, then what?
Then it's gonna be documented again when we go through the exercise of trying to determine what impacts will be associated with the next phase of development on Durham Line.
But what are our options in dealing with that traffic? It's just life goes on. The gaming positions, I assume, are never gonna go down, only up. Traffic will only probably increase even once it stabilizes.
Well, the gaming
So-
positions won't go up, they are what they are. They're not getting more gaming positions.
No, but you're not opening full capacity.
I think they're opening as many as they can.
You're opening
right
at
now.
23, isn't a maximum 33 or 37?
3,700 positions.
Right.
It's all based on our zoning and then, of course, applications
Yes.
as things progress.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is it can be 37 today.
No.
And that's based on the trip count. I'm getting a nod right behind you from Ross, so it can be 37. It's never gonna go below 23. I would pretty much bet anything on that. So I don't think the traffic will ever be less. So in Ajax, and I've been meeting with Pickering and Durham Live and them for over a year now to discuss this concern, and we have not moved this file forward 1 inch regarding the traffic on Church Street. What are our options if our baseline data, say is, I don't know, 10,000 cars a day becomes 20,000 cars a day in May?
Well, I think first of all, you need to determine where they're coming from.
Okay.
Well, we're into a volume, and in many respects, that volume is going to have a source. If you can point to the source, then we need to be
Okay,
able
let's
to
say we
deal with it.
put traffic count right at the Church Street exit, the Colino exit at Church Street, and we count 10,000 cars, and our traffic goes up 10,000.
Well, I think
10,000 coming up.
there might be ways of trying to wayfind people to a better route, directing them out to Squires Beach, for example. Now, that's an opportunity and a possibility.
But legally, there's nothing we can do. And
Well, I
I
think
go
through
back
the-
to having the monitoring and having it as part of the change of the trip rate from the minor variance.
Well, as I said,
Then there would be
we will be
something we
doing the
can do.
monitoring, we will be doing the monitoring as part of the next phases anyways. So that will be happening.
I think monitoring is part of the region's requirement now as far as connections. Is that right? As far as where we are, what's brought this traffic management plan together, I think that's one of the requirements of the region
We
now.
are monitoring during the traffic management opening period. We will be monitoring after that circumstances for different reasons. I think through the process that the next phases of development are going, that, I think Ajax is being invited to the table to have those discussions, and as far as I know, I think through that process, there's probably a way to try and address the concerns that you would have or raise at that point.
I'd feel a lot better about it if we had some kind of leverage. Right now, we don't. Right now, it is what it is, and once this is opened, that's it, and we're the ones that are gonna get, well, hopefully not me, these guys are gonna be the ones that get the calls, but I'm sure I will too. Just to let's look a little further. What's that?
Before we get into their numbers.
The Notion Road Squires Beach overpass, let's look further down the road. To me, conservatively, that is at least 3 years away from being opened as of today. Conservative. And that's, everybody I've spoken with seems to
Yeah, I'm not
agree.
I've got no reason to challenge
So,
that.
this transportation management plan ends in 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever it is. For the next 3 years, once the 5 access points construction is done, we'll have a hotel coming online, a entertainment hall, whatever you called it, come online. And I believe the film studio come online
Potentially, yes.
before the H3 is lifted.
Yes, the film studio has its own characteristics, which are,
Right.
I would characterize as being very benign in terms of traffic impact. They're very off-peak
Okay.
kind of generator.
Okay. We don't know. I don't know.
We,
But I just, okay, you do. I'm concerned about what's gonna happen for the next however long, that we're still dealing with this up and down Church Street. As this facility continues to expand and open and grow, the fact that we are still gonna be waiting probably 3 years for the main relief, which is going to be that overpass at Ocean Road. What can be done to accelerate that? What can be done to?
I'm not aware of
Move that
any
forward.
steps that could be taken to accelerate it. I think the time forecasts that you've mentioned are realistic in terms of the design, tendering, and construction process.
All right. I think you can probably tell there's a lot of concerns around the room, and I'm only the third person to speak. I don't know, it's gonna be really, like, it's nice to have this plan, that's great, and I hope it works, and I hope everything, the assumptions are correct and everything else is correct. But I just have a real hard time knowing that even if it's not correct, and if you know, but you're not exactly right, it's not gonna be you that are gonna left sort of holding the bag at the end, it's us. So that's why I'm asking all these questions, because I want people to know we've asked these questions, and I want people to know that we're contemplating this being a big deal and a big impact on our community. And there's no gain for us here. Right? There's a loss for us, but there's no gain for us. So, I've given you my comments, hopefully that makes it into the plan. As far as not having access of any shuttles or anything down Church, where does that go from there?
In my humble opinion, I think in the wisdom of others that reviewed the plan, from a technical perspective, I think the use of Kingston and Church for the purposes of the shuttle is a good idea. I think the impact that it would have on Church Street, as a percentage or as an absolute number will be very small. And I think that it will have a better effect in trying to service those that are coming and going to and from the various GO stations.
All right, well, I respect your opinion, but respectfully, this is a transportation management plan to manage the traffic and not to get as many people there as possible.
Well, no, but
Which is what the shuttle is doing entirely.
Well, it's also trying to do that, and it's trying to divert people away from driving there. That's really its function, is to get people to take the GO to and from the casino. And if you provide a better service for that purpose, then that is I think a better way to try and achieve the objective.
Okay, last question. To all the people that use Church Street South to get to work at OPG and everywhere else, and now have to go around to Brock or to Westgate, what do we say to them?
Well, we tell them ahead of time, which is what the signage plan is intending on doing. And with notifications, for example, at Church in Kingston, sufficiently in advance of the event that they know that they can't, during a particular window of time, access Church Street to get south of Mill Street. I think with that in hand, and people who are using it regularly will find another route for that period of time. And that's what we've tested as trying to displace those trips to adjacent corridors, depending on how far afield they come from. They have a couple of different choices to make, to the west or to the east, to try and get across the 401 corridor. So it's a pretty standard way of trying to signal to a group of people that your particular route is going to be disrupted for a period of time, and you need to make contingencies for it. And I think, in terms of the objectives that are trying to be sought and what we're trying to achieve with the traffic management plan, I think that's an important part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Color. Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Craig,
Yes.
thank you very much for coming today and sharing the information. Ultimately, we want this to work for everybody. So I had a couple questions about the communication plan and promotion of the event. I know that you said there's no headliner and therefore it's not the same kind of thing. We're going to spike in attendance like we do in some of the other big promotions. But you will be promoting it. And I wondered when that promotion will begin, because that'll trigger, the community's questions.
For our opening marketing plan, is simply to change the billboards from coming soon to now open. For a grand event, it'll depend on development and when our hotel and entertainment venue are actually complete. So we don't have a specific, it's an absolutely valuable concern, but we plan on doing this, we'll have to revisit this plan and see if it's something we put back in place.
So there'll be no kind of promotion TV or
No,
Facebook,
there's,
Twitter, that kind of thing?
we have a, commercial in the works, but nothing's been created yet. We have
Right.
those 4 billboards that are located around the area that say coming spring to those simply have been changed to now open. That's kind of our marketing strategy. We want that organic flow. We don't want to overload it.
Okay, so we'll see a little bit of communication.
But yeah, very little, minimal, I would say.
All right. So how will this be communicated to the immediate neighborhood about the opening and what the expectations might be for the closure sector?
Well, I think in part, in order to get the road closure permits that are required, there's a process that we need to go through, and that's a process that's laid out by the town. Other municipalities that I'm familiar with require some kind of notice to go out to the affected community. There's usually a distance requirement with respect to that. That would alert them to the change in traffic conditions, patterns.
So that will be our responsibility?
No, it's a permit that we need to apply for,
From here to-
that the One Toronto Gaming applies for
Right.
as the applicant, with the plan, with the supporting signage and documentation that's required by the town, that's set out by the town. That occurs a certain amount of time in advance. There's notice, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a prescribed notification process that goes out with a description. And
So that'll be happening soon then?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so then we can broaden that circle of
Yes,
notification?
the town's plan, also any other there's going to be a communication package of this entire strategy in a much more simplified version that is provided, that through works with communications, we will use all of our social media platforms to advise the public. We are setting up an IMO page to direct our residents to a central location where they can provide comments, raise concerns. Town staff are also are hosting a public meeting for our residents, where we will be giving a similar sort of presentation, informing them what to anticipate, specifically talking around the closures and what are the alternate routes, and again, providing them as much information as we can well in advance of the planned opening.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I take it there is a physical barrier on Church Street then, for the 2 weeks?
There would be, yes, and it's envisioned that that physical barrier would be accompanied by a police officer in a vehicle.
So we have a theater, St. Francis Center on Church Street. So has there been any thought communicating that issue as well for ticket holders? What shows are going to be on in the 2-week period and letting people know there's alternate routes? You have to take an alternate route perhaps?
Well, I would Specifically, no, but in terms of approaching the site, in terms of getting there, they'll still be able to approach it from Kingston Road or from
Yes.
Bailey.
But a lot of us live in the south and we don't approach it from that way. So I think that those ticket holders need to know.
But they can
if
still
there's a
approach it.
program. Yeah.
Like, that's my point, is that getting there, it wouldn't change any of their routing options. They could get there from Bailey, come up northbound
So
on.
there's nothing physical stopping you from going north?
Northbound, no. Southbound, yes. So
Sorry.
when they're leaving, for example, the theater, and if they wish to go to Bailey, then they would encounter a road closed
Okay.
sign basically at Mill, which is the street just north of the 401 on Church. But there could be that kind of, and if they're on Church Street, then they will get that notification about the,
Yes.
I'm assuming they will be.
Yeah,
the
they,
distance issue.
that sort of, they would be the exact type
Yeah.
of organization that needs to be notified of a closure.
But we can advise
Ticket
people like
holders
that.
come from all over, so.
Yeah.
they don't-
Well, we're doing, I mean, we have the same issue with Annandale Golf Club, for example, which will be kind of within that
Right.
one-way section. So getting into the Annandale Golf Club, they will get in from Bailey. When they leave, they'll have to go north on Bailey. But that'll, but they can still get in and out. The same is true for the, as I said, the Pentecostal church on Spires Beach. I think there's a little bit less physical disruption about approach and departure patterns, but we would, I think, during their peak times, for example, during services, church services, we'll probably have someone at the driveway just helping people get out, because they have very large church services on Sunday.
So when will you have a better idea of the details on the opening, like the date?
I think probably by next week, we'll have a lot of these details in terms of like staffing requirements that we'll be negotiating with Durham Regional Police, Durham Works, signage plans, like the actual sign, and dates, specific dates about opening, what time it's opening, what part of the day, those kinds of
Yeah,
things.
yeah, that's-
But also the duration, which I think is where you're going, is during what period of time is it envisioned that disruption to the southbound flow of traffic, when will it be in place? So that I basically tell you, if I had to guess right now, I'd say midweek of the first full week of April. 2 weeks hence would be the period of time, I think, that would go on the signs, on the permit closing, and on the actual physical signs out in the field, notifying people of it from, date, April, whatever, to April, from X to Y dates. If they're extended, then because of, some of the issues that other councilors of the mayor have raised, then it will be extended as soon as possible.
I understand you said there'll be no improvements made to the roads at this time, but Church Street South is kind of like a rural road with ditches, and it's very poorly lit at night. And that concerns me, because I think that's a bit dangerous. Are you looking at any road improvement there for that little stretch?
Not the illumination side of the lighting of that. The stretch between, I'll say, the south end of the widening that's being done for the northbound left turn lane at Galeno, between there and the southbound left turn lane at Bailey, there isn't anything being done in between the two intersections. It's a 2-lane road. That was all that was identified as being necessary in order to accommodate the flow of traffic. The improvements were at the intersections themselves to increase the capacity, handling, and storage handling capabilities. When subsequent development applications are ultimately made, there will be a lot of other things considered in terms of what Church Street is.
Well, I think you should monitor that, because there's not a lot of people anymore that have that practice of driving in a rural area, and it's a lot different. And I'd say it's really dark on that stretch. So I'll be interested to see the monitoring that you come back with. And I guess also when you come back with that, we'll have more information maybe about Q4 and how that development is going too, because that should be interesting to know when that'll be ready. The other question, the only other question I had was about policing and EMS. How do they access the site? Do they have a separate access?
Well, first of all, we've provided the opportunity if they want to be on site with their resources. We can put them immediately proximate to the building. But access into and out of the site, part of the advantage of closing southbound Church Street between Mill and Colino is to sort of affect change, reduce the amount of traffic that's actually on Church Street, because it will have that effect between Kingston Road and Mill. By doing that, it is a more reliable and more predictable route for emergency vehicles to access the site, because once they get to Mill Street, obviously, they'll have uninterrupted and unimpeded flow right into the site. They will have an opportunity to use the northbound Spires Beach lanes, which are going to be intermittently used by a construction vehicle coming in, or if necessary, a shuttle. But those would be the two primary ways of doing it. If they had to come up Church Street, again, we've only got the northbound flow. We have 2 lanes. We believe that there will be some flexibility in terms of use in that sense. If they have to leave the site in a hurry, so EMS, if there's tending to people that have to get to a hospital, they do have the opportunity to exit the site onto Church and go northbound directly. There'd be clearly, if somebody's exiting in an emergency fashion, the police would hold back traffic heading northbound and allow an ambulance or paramedics to evacuate the site. And they would have the second lane, the northbound lane, actually on Spires Beach, as would be the case if
Well, you know, the hospital side, right?
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying to get to Bailey, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they can get in and out. But again, I know you'll know more when you start to monitor.
Here we go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Very interesting. Lots of questions and comments. I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues. One small question. So, the only thing that is remaining after the 2-week opening period is the shuttle service from the GO stations and from the remote parking areas. Is that right?
I would say the casino, Ajax remote parking area, yes.
Okay.
And the shuttle services to and from the casinos, or from the GO station, between the casino and the GO station. Correct.
Okay. So, and the plan that you've come up with is, I'm presuming it's the most logical, most practical, the least disruptive to the area, hopefully. And you're monitoring it throughout that opening period with the intent of seeing how it goes and if it needs to be extended or not. So let's say all the stars align and everything is swimmingly perfect and it works really, really well and the numbers are good and everything is working. So can that be an option, or why would we not just keep that whole routing in place if it works?
Well, I think primarily because we don't think we'll need to do that. The reason to adopt the one-way operating condition on site is to maximize the capacity of the entry and exit, as well as the flow within the parking areas. I think that's the kind of circumstance that people tolerate for a period of time. But generally speaking, there's always a desire to go back to kind of a normal standard two-lane flow condition. And where it is not necessary to maximize the capacity or in and around the site itself, there's really no reason to do that. We've done done this one-way system at a number of different openings where we just simply needed to make sure that we were maximizing things, whether or not we needed it. In some cases, we did need it. In other cases, we needed it for a short period of time, and then once that was over, people just went back to operating on it as they would if they were entering a mall. You know, if it's busy, it's busy. If it's not, then they're not sort of worried about, you know, just being in a queue. The reason that the opening event period is as long as it is to try and measure that change in approach and departure patterns for a new entity. But I don't think any of us have said that we think that, you know, in the long term that we need to even consider maintaining something that would be close to the one-way system. And then there's a lot more active management of it. You do need to have people at certain locations making sure that, you know, someone doesn't start to swim upstream, and, you know, which you know, could happen. But with the kind of locations that we have police officers deployed and flagmen on site, directing people and making sure that they're going in a particular direction, you know, that costs quite a bit of money over time because you're implementing it 24/7 conditionally. Going back to a normal state of condition is a more manageable and a more intuitive way of circulating through the site.
So then just following what Regional Councillor Crawford asked earlier, if it works and then we see later on for the grand opening and long weekends and any other big ticket shows, etc., there's always the chance of putting that process back in place.
Re-implementing it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why the plan has been created, so that it could be re-implemented if necessary.
Right. Okay.
That's why it's being documented the way it is.
Yeah.
So someone could pick it up and say, okay, we need to do this, and here's the kind of signage we need, and here's the kind of police deployment, and here's the kind of communications plan, and, you know, here are the other things that need to be in place for it to be implemented appropriately.
So it's not an option to continue that then, is what you're saying, is long term it wouldn't make
We don't
sense,
believe
I think?
it is necessary to continue it long term. It can be implemented on an as-needed basis or on a predicted as-needed basis. In other words, when the hotel and performing arts center opens, I'm sure there'll be a keen interest in terms of trying to anticipate what those levels will be, and it will probably be looked to as a point of departure. Do we need to do that, or do we need to modify it, or is there some other variation of the theme that needs to be implemented?
Okay, thank you.
Does any other member of council have a question or comment? I have one question. Was there ever any talk of a Pickering Casino GO train station?
There's thinking going around that, and
Okay, so
what
that's-
and what it would entail, and what would be the requirements.
Okay.
and various other technical information. Usually those are the technical hurdles you gotta get over first.
Do you have any, thank you for that. Is there any other part of your presentations or anyone else?
No,
So
no,
you're,
taking up
okay?
enough of your time.
Yeah, gone through this. It's an important issue, so thanks again for your insight. I need a motion to receive information from Councillor Bauer. All in favor? That motion carries. At this time, I need a motion for a 5-minute recess. Councillor Khan, all in favor? Okay, it's 3:53. Let's go back at 3:58.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Meeting back to order, please. If you could please return to your seats.
She's trying all the variations. It's Tuesday.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to your seats, please. Let's get this going.
There you go.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are on to presentation 6.2, waiting patiently for the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan 2019 update. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Catherine, how can we laugh?
All right, good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Sinclair. I'm the Capital Projects Coordinator in the Infrastructure and Asset Management Group, and I'm going to be presenting the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan update. This is Ray Ford, the Manager of Building Maintenance, who's also with me. All right, the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan was undertaken in response to the reporting requirements under the Electricity Act, Ontario regulation. Within this act, all public agencies are required to prepare and update a 5-year conservation and demand management plan and complete an update to the plan every 5th anniversary thereafter. The town published its first plan in 2016. However, the act had come into effect in 2014 and the plan was required in 2014. The town has elected to complete an update and publish a 2019 update in order to establish the correct reporting year for updating plans moving forward. The next plan will be due in 2024. The regulation requires every public agency to publish on its website and intranet site a description of the current and proposed measures for conserving and reducing energy consumption and managing the demand for energy, a revised forecast of the expected results of the current and proposed measures, a report of the actual results achieved, and a description of proposed changes to be made to help the town to reach its targets it has established and forecasts it has made. The plan provides an analysis of outcomes of the town's previously implemented energy consumption reduction efforts, as well as an understanding of our current energy use consumption and a current look at how the town is doing in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption reduction initiatives. The results provide a framework for the town to determine what further steps can be taken to implement energy conservation measures in an effort to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The 2018 greenhouse gas emission sources have been calculated. Facilities are responsible for 46% of the total emissions, comprised from electricity and natural gas. Outdoor lighting is responsible for 18%, and vehicle and equipment emissions are responsible for 36% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. Emissions are calculated based on the consumption of a specific source multiplied by the appropriate emission factor. Electricity in Ontario has a relatively low emission factor since the majority is produced from zero-emitting carbon sources, such as nuclear, hydroelectric, wind, and solar. There's only a small percent that is produced from a carbon-emitting source. Diesel has a much higher factor due to the amount of carbon dioxide that's released into the atmosphere when it's burning the fuel. 2011 was the baseline year for the 2016 Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan. The 2018 emissions have been compared to those from 2011, which displays there's an overall reduction of 259 tons of CO2. This analysis demonstrates the energy reduction measures that have been implemented over the years have resulted in a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, while at the same time the town has experienced growth, including the construction of new facilities. The town has implemented a number of energy reduction projects, such as the construction of LEED facilities, solar photovoltaic, solar thermal, and geothermal systems, as well as various facility energy retrofit upgrades. We've also installed EV charging stations, completed the street lighting LED conversion, and acquired a fleet of green vehicles in an effort to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. As mentioned, the town facilities are responsible for 46% of the total greenhouse gas emissions within the corporation. We've identified the list of reduction projects completed between 2017 and 2019. The 2016 plan had outlined the projects completed between 2008 and 2016. We've highlighted the largest and highest energy and natural gas consuming facility, which is the Ajax Community Center, to demonstrate the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions reported from 2011 to 2018. The reduction in electricity consumption is 31 tons of CO2 and 5 tons of CO2 related to natural gas consumption.
Outdoor lighting includes street lighting, traffic lights, parks, and sports field lighting. Street lighting is the largest source of these consumptions, contributing to 97% of the total outdoor lighting. The town has seen a reduction of 18 tons of greenhouse gas emissions since 2011 as a result of various outdoor lighting replacement projects and the implementation of the street lighting conversion strategy that replaced existing street lights to LEDs. The Green Fleet Initiative is an effort to transition town vehicles towards more environmentally friendly options. The initiative includes the transition of town vehicles to hybrid vehicles, right-sizing the fleet through fleet utilization studies, and the anti-idling campaign. As a result of the initiative, the town has experienced a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions related to fuel consumption by 53 tons of CO2. The plan identifies the current strategies proposed to reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions across the municipality's operations, including facilities, outdoor lighting, fleet, and vehicles. The plan highlights all future energy conservation measures that are identified in the 2020 budget and 2021-2024 long-range capital forecast. In order for the town to be successful at reducing energy consumption across all corporate assets, individuals and groups will be encouraged to support the implementation of the projects and initiatives highlighted within the plan. There are 25 projects identified in the long-range capital forecast for facility retrofits with a total budget of approximately $11 million. That is the large list of them there. Based on those 25 projects identified, there's an estimated greenhouse gas emission reduction of 75 tons of CO2. While all the projects listed are expected to drive a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, the town also takes the approach of replacing and upgrading equipment and systems as they reach the end of their useful life. Therefore, the projects are able to satisfy the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and at the same time completing normal life cycle replacement of facility equipment and systems. There are 16 projects identified in the long-range capital for outdoor lighting retrofits with a total budget of approximately $3 million. These projects consist of neighborhood LED street lighting conversions, parking lot lighting replacement, sports and park LED lighting replacement and installations. There are a total of 67 vehicles and equipment identified in the long-range capital with a total budget of approximately $12 million. Of those 67 vehicles, there are 11 identified as hybrid electric vehicles with a total budget of approximately $400,000 and one EV charging station installation at Town Hall parking lot. The vehicles and equipment included in our long-range capital are not all intended for replacement in an effort to reduce fuel consumption. However, we can assume that newer models of vehicles and equipment have an improved fuel economy and overall emit less greenhouse gas emissions. Staff and facility users play a significant role in reducing energy consumption. The town has developed initiatives to help adjust behavior. These include policies to ensure that energy conservation is considered during the creation and review of all corporate plans and strategies, as well as specifications for new fleet acquisitions. Forestry plays a role in ensuring that trees and shrubs are planted in ways that promote shading on hard surfaces to help reduce heat island effect. Addressing operating behavior to ensure that ongoing training is provided to staff on new energy equipment and operating procedures, as well as ensuring the building automation system is utilized to maximum efficiencies. And finally, educational incentives to continue to promote and educate staff on energy awareness and conservation behavior within the corporation, including promoting the use of teleconferencing, carpooling, and sustainable modes of transportation. In order to reduce energy consumption across all corporate assets, the town will continue to support the implementation of the projects and initiatives highlighted within the plan. Several external incentive programs exist to support the funding of energy conservation projects. Programs are available through the town's electrical and natural gas distribution utility providers, as well as federal gas tax funding and provincial and federal incentive programs. The town investigates the use of these incentive programs as part of retrofits for replacement projects. Measuring and reporting our progress illustrates how we're doing in terms of conserving energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In order to comply with the Electricity Act, the town submits energy consumption data related to our facilities on an annual basis. Through this reporting, a quantitative progress report is generated that measures the trend in the amount of energy consumed and quantity of greenhouse gas emissions created. The Energy and Conservation Demand Management Plan will be reviewed and updated every 5 years. The purpose of this review is to engage town staff and council members in energy conservation review and the successes achieved and identify expected outcomes in the next 5 years. The town is committed to reducing energy consumption of municipal activities through energy management initiatives and retrofits.
The Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan identifies ideas and plans to guide the town towards reducing our consumption across town facilities, outdoor lighting, and vehicle and equipment use. This updated plan has demonstrated the previously implemented ideas have resulted in a reduction of the town's energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. The 2019 update will guide Ajax towards increasing energy savings across the corporation and reduce our impact on climate change through the implementation of the projects and our policies, education, and awareness strategies that will continue to guide the town towards becoming a more sustainable municipality. That is the end.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And we have questions. Sorry. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Short of bulldozing the ACC, what measures are we going to do to actually start to try to reduce those greenhouse gas effects? I mean, it's the oldest building. I'm very thankful to see all of the reductions through our new buildings to come down, and oddly, I'm sure will be, you know, amazing once it's measured. But and although we've come down a little bit with Ajax, is it to do with the ice facility? Is it, you know, or is it just old?
Through the chair.
Yes.
We've implemented many things over the years, and our consumption at ACC is way down compared to where it was. We've done chiller retrofits, LED lighting retrofits. We've retrofitted both refrigeration plants. I would say those three things have been our biggest significant contributors to reducing energy there. Also on the natural gas side, we've retrofitted numerous boilers throughout the facility that have reduced our gas consumption significantly. There's further things that we've been doing. Last year we did the roof retrofit at ACC, which improved the envelope and the insulation of the envelope and all the skylights that were throughout the roof area. There's many more opportunities. We look at those opportunities based on the biggest payback, condition of the asset, and all those things. So we're working through that process to continually reduce that load.
So I guess it becomes, how much money do you put into it? Is it like putting lipstick on a pig, right? I mean,
yeah.
do you really put a dent into it, or, you know, do you have to look at eventually at some point?
I think, yeah, eventually we have to look at the cost versus maybe a major retrofit of the space. I think you have to look at that.
Yeah. The other thing I was gonna ask is, with the LED lighting replacement, what savings can we expect from that?
Significant.
For outdoor lighting, sorry?
For outdoor?
Yeah, so the list that you put up there?
The street lighting?
Yeah.
We've completed our main arterial LED conversions. They're moving towards the neighborhoods now, on the older side. We don't have data until we kind of get the new utility bills, and that's when we can start to see it. So it's really hard to predict what it will be in the future until we have a couple months into it, a year into it, and then we can establish how much we're actually saving.
So I think though did we not get a report on the savings that we have had with the?
For the streetlights?
Yeah, with the
For the
LED,
streetlights?
roughly, would it be roughly the same?
Well, it's different. It's based on, the LED streetlight conversion is based on the type of bulb, the wattage, the save on energy rebate that we
Never
had.
an easy answer, is it?
It is a complicated.
It's okay.
It is a complicated factor. We still have about, of the 10,000 lights we have in the town, we still have about 5,000 in the neighborhoods that we need to convert. And if we're gonna convert them, we need to understand that it's gonna meet the dark sky legislation that we're not, that we're protecting for the environment as well. And then there's the urban design that we need to understand as well. So we're working on a business case to be able to bring that back to council for consideration, similar to what we did when we did the LED streetlight conversion, because there's costs associated with it. We need to look at the funding sources that would be applied. We are looking at the LED conversion in some of the older neighborhoods at the same time. There's a design component that's in some cases required, so it's not as straightforward as when we did the main roads. And yes, we want to look for opportunities for the Save on Energy program to come back to us again. That was completed. We ended up using the federal gas tax, and we're very successful in that. However, we need to look at how we're going to move forward with the rest of the conversions throughout town.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next we have Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Ms. Bridgman. Did you? Okay. I think things are so easy and they're not. So if we have 5,000 of our 10,000 streetlights are not converted right now, and we want to convert them, are you saying we have to worry about, what do you call it, the dark sky thing?
Through the chair, to Mayor Collier, it's not that we have to worry about it, I think we need to consider what we're doing in certain neighborhoods. So you look at John Body, that if you go into the John Body neighborhood, they have a very unique lighting style. And for us to be able to change those, it's not as easy as just changing it to a Cobra head. So we need to look in all of the different neighborhoods to what type of design, from the design standard that was approved through the original subdivision agreement. And that in some areas, yes, changing it to a Cobra style would be our preference. However, there's a component to
wouldn't look
that
right.
within the neighborhood that we need to understand, we need to respect, and I think that to some degree, there should be some public engagement that happens, if that is the decision and recommendation that we present to council.
You were scaring me, because I thought all of a sudden there was some legislation we had to conform to where you couldn't have, the light had to be captured and projected down, and you had to, that's not the case.
Well, dark sky does, it is an environmentally, if you're gonna move to LED, you're going to apply the dark sky and design criteria to that, because it is best practice moving forward. All the LED streetlights do comply with dark sky. It is how we would move forward, but again, we would need to look at all of the different lighting styles that we have within town and make the best decision based on the neighborhood that we're moving forward with. That's why we're looking at the business case right now, similar to when we brought the street lighting. That was a little bit more straightforward, picking the actual unit for that, but going into every neighborhood within the town of Ajax and applying that standard, I don't think is the right approach. I think we need to have a number of options to be able to move that forward properly.
Okay. One thing I learned from this presentation, or from the report, I didn't realize, like, we're going to LED lighting for streetlights. I didn't realize the streetlights contributed to our carbon. But I guess that's the electricity, making the electricity to run the streetlights, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's-
that
it's-
didn't
yeah.
click with me, but that's.
One of the other contributing factors is our sports field lighting for our soccer fields and for our baseball fields. And we have been, over a number of years, looking at when is the right time to change those to LED as well. There is a certain lumen required to be able to push the light, especially for ball. That's required, and LEDs hasn't been there for a number of years. It's starting to get there now. So again, the technology, as the technology comes into play, we will be looking to move those projects forward as well.
But we can't spend $10,000 to save $100.
Exactly. That's why the business case has to be completed first.
Thank you. Just to the last capital budget, we approved energy audits for all our facilities. Have those findings been factored into this now?
They have, yes, through the chair.
Okay, so
The
any-
data was used in the report.
So all these future retrofits are already taking into account all those?
All of the data used to determine the future savings on the facility projects came from those energy audits directly, and they are listed there in our capital plan.
I don't recall if I saw the Village Arena in any of those.
Through the chair, we
I
have.
would hope we didn't see it, because I'm hoping the
We did
recreation
not
master plan
audit.
will have alternate use for that site.
We did not audit the village site.
We'll see when that comes in. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Collier, Regional Councillor Lee.
Just very quickly, wouldn't Audley Phase 1 have a baseline that we can measure?
We do have data for Audley. It is in the report. There's consumption for the natural gas, electricity, and water for Audley. It has been audited. And we
But was
have
it on that
utility
chart
data.
with all the other buildings, correct?
There's no future projects.
Oh, fair enough.
That is the list there.
Yeah.
We have no planned future projects at Audley in the long range.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair.
Regional Councillor Dodds.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Gerard, and moving forward and updating that. Just one comment, one question. you know, it speaks in the report to future actions, to reduce energy consumption must be manageable and achievable, obviously, within the budget. But on the other hand, does it not save us money operations? Because with that part of it too, we don't really push.
Yep, through the chair, all of our long-range capital plans, all the detail sheets itemized at the bottom, the operating savings expected from all projects. We do take that into account. For instance, when we got all the energy audit results, we looked at the ones that would have the best payback, the most savings, and that would fit into our long range on replacing of equipment and systems. And that's how we determined which ones would go into the plan currently. I mean, every year we add the last fifth year of their project, and we'll look at them for more projects. But we do take into account the savings that are expected to outcome. But the capital costs are also very high, and so there's a business case to be made for each one of those, which makes sense in our overall plan.
So what's the value of cleaning the air that we breathe? So there's a whole question around that too. So there's a movement, or I shouldn't say movement, but there is other ways of valuing the natural capital and what that brings to a sustainability plan, I think, because how can you be sustainable if you're not incorporating that? It's something to look at. So there is a value because we know that you look at the heat island map, you can see where we need a lot more trees. And there's a value to that. So if we had a big storm that wiped out, say, the woodlot at the hospital or somewhere around that, there's a replacement value of that, not just on the trees itself, but on the flooding effect that it has, that kind of thing. So is that something we're gonna look at in the future as what is the value of natural capital? And the way and there's some examples out there and they do things a little bit differently too. So perhaps instead of the stormwater management pond in an old area, maybe putting the old ditches and swales is something that works. So there's a value to going back to that natural kind of, those natural grass fields, that kind of thing. I mean, obviously in developed land you can't, but there are things we can do to help it, make it better. For example, when we lost the trail, that cost you money. So there's, you know, a park that we have, it's natural capital, but it has a tourism attraction, so when you have a storm like that, then there's a value to that, which is never in your budget. It's never in our budget, that natural capital, when things happen. So I just wanted to put that out there and wonder if it's something we could do a little bit of research on and see.
Through the chair to Regional Councilor Dias. This year, through the capital budget process, Council approved the urban forest plan update, so we will be looking at that to be able to understand how that's moved forward from our 2010. What has Emerald Ash Borer done? What has the ice storm done to our green infrastructure assets? Because as you know, our trees are the only asset that doesn't depreciate. So we are every day understanding what our green assets do for us, and we are measuring those and understanding how to move forward. In your comment with regards to the heat island effect, we have the LEAP program that we work with at a residential level.
I've used it, it's great.
Yes, and we are continuing to promote that program. I believe that it is actually next year going regionally wide because it was very unique to Ajax, but it is being taken at the regional level too, so I think you'll see that expand. So that's very important part, but I agree with you. We do keep track of our green assets.
And I think even within those, the creek corridors where the streams and valleys are too, because, you know, they can be chipped away at it for doing as well.
Yes.
Well, there is protection, it's not always total protection, so they are very valuable, not just to, obviously, the air, cleaning the air and our water as well, but to the wildlife. The other question I had was regarding the anti-idling program. And I see signage, for example, here at Town Hall in front of the library, and people pull right in front of the sign and idle forever while they take their books. Are we gonna work on, maybe work harder at communicating what this anti-idling program is and how it works?
Through the chair, we could look at releasing another kind of refresh of it if people have forgotten.
Yeah.
It's part of the
I
education
think that would be
campaign.
great, yeah, because I've noticed a big difference with everybody having a cell phone now, is, you know, if I'm waiting in the parking lot because somebody just got in their car and they know they're gonna leave, but they don't for 15 minutes because they're checking all their emails. And they've got the car running, winter and summer. So I think there's education about that as well. You don't get in your car and you use your phone. Well, you're kicking out the fumes in the back of the car. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Any other questions from the member of council? There being none, I need a motion to approve the recommendations in this report. Moved by Regional Councillor Dyes? Okay, I had my head down. And all in favor? Those opposed? None. That carries. Thank you so much. As we carry on, we're on to 6.3 presentations. Get Ajax Moving Transportation Awareness Campaign from Jeff Romanowski, Acting Director of Planning and Development Services, as well as Active Transportation Coordinators. Good. Is it Francia or Frank? Is it C?
Differencia.
Francia. Okay, the C's soft. Okay. As you were. It's relevant to me.
All right, through the Chair School Committee, good afternoon, everyone. As most of you know, my name is Army DeFrancia, and I'm the Active Transportation Coordinator. Today, I'll be providing an update on last year's Get Ajax Moving campaign. And as you may recall, Get Ajax Moving is the town's transportation awareness campaign, which involves meaningfully engaging residents and encouraging them to use sustainable transportation more often. In today's update, I'll speak about our approach, results, and next steps. The 2019 campaign involved enhanced games, resident-to-resident promotion, the promotion of the active transportation network, increased inclusive imagery, and ties to the age-friendly Ajax engagement process. Our 2019 campaign games encourage residents to reflect on different ways to get around, while providing tips for using active and sustainable transportation in all seasons. Distinct from last year, these games encouraged resident-to-resident promotion by asking attendees to share facts about sustainable transportation modes among their families or other people they know. The games also involved adding more inclusive imagery to let residents know that people of all ages and abilities can receive the benefits of active and sustainable transportation. Some of the games involved promoting the active transportation network to raise awareness about opportunities for using active transportation to get around, and the convenience of using these modes to get to destinations within Ajax. By connecting with engagement initiatives in the age-friendly Ajax planning process, the Get Ajax Moving campaign increased its in-person engagement with residents, including racialized families and newcomers to Canada. By creating a transportation behavior shift where residents prefer active and sustainable transportation, we can foster a more vibrant, innovative, and connected community. This shift involves a combination of both investing in infrastructure improvements in our communities, as well as education and encouragement to make people feel more confident and comfortable using these transportation modes in their daily routines. Get Ajax Moving is the education piece that lets residents know that active and sustainable transportation provides viable options for them to meet their needs in their busy, hectic lives. Although cars are capable of traveling at high speeds, creating more space to move and park cars is expensive. On the other hand, sustainable transportation modes require less infrastructure space and move more people, making a better use of taxpayers' hard-earned money. For every adult that uses a sustainable mode of transportation, there's a car removed from the road, which is vital given the town's increasing population size. A transportation behavior shift that makes active and sustainable transportation more safe and convenient is necessary to accommodate for residents' needs. As the town's population continues to age and as more new families move in, the need for more affordable, healthy, and sustainable transportation modes continues to grow. Aspects of aging and disabilities can limit people's ability to drive. We want residents, regardless of their age or ability, to be able to experience the opportunities and vibrancy that this town has to offer without relying on someone to drive them and without being forced to take on the stress and financial burdens of vehicle ownership.
As the town continues to expand its active transportation network, staff will update residents about these routes to help them identify practical ways of getting around Ajax without the need to access a vehicle. In the campaign implemented from 2016 to 2018, residents expressed concerns about the long walking distances, poor transit access, and winter maintenance. To address the barriers of long walking distances and poor transit access, we promoted the active transportation network in the ITMP and encouraged residents to guess walking and biking times to key destinations in Ajax. Expanding the active transportation network to enable biking and non-motorized wheeling can help shorten the commute. To address winter maintenance, we informed residents about footwear for walking on icy surfaces and information on the town's snow removal efforts. Transportation staff also continue to communicate these concerns to operations and Durham Regional Transit Services. To encourage residents to use sustainable transportation more often, the approach in 2019 involved providing knowledge and information on ways to shorten the commute to destinations within Ajax. In 2019, we engaged with over 800 people of different ages and abilities in person at 8 events. Among these participants, over 200 of them shared a fact about sustainable transportation with people they know. Parents were happy to see their children read, and the biking toolkit was the most popular, even in the winter. The Get Ajax Moving campaign was featured in the Spacing Toronto blog and was listed as one of the most creative community engagement ideas by Smart Density. So this year, we will engage residents at the same events using some of the same events using different approaches. As we engage residents, we will continue to promote the active transportation network, use inclusive games and imagery, engage underrepresented populations, and evaluate our progress. So just yesterday, we engaged with about 210 people at Winterfest with a game that prompted attendees to speak more to us. We noticed that the majority of attendees were open to using different transportation modes, and that walking and carpooling were the most popular options in the winter. Residents are interested in using sustainable transportation in all seasons. As we continue the Get Ajax Moving campaign, we will listen to residents and share information on how the town can help them use sustainable transportation to meet their needs and to achieve what is important to them. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from members of council? Original Councillor Marilyn Crawford.
Thank you, Army. I really appreciate your patience with us and staying with us on this. The Safe Arrival to School program, you know, the walkabouts that we do with the schools, is that part of the Get Ajax Going? But it's not really, is it? Is it kind of a
That's part of our
separate?
school travel planning program, which I will discuss in our update on our active routes to school programs.
Okay, okay.
Active school
That's-
travel programs.
I just wondered. Thank you.
Okay. Regional Councillor Sterling Lee.
Nope.
Oh, I thought you changed it. Any other member of council? Okay, once again, we need a motion to approve the recommendations of the report. Regional Councillor Sterling Lee moves it, and all in favor? That motion passes. We are in the home stretch here. We are down to the community safety zone and automated speed enforcement. We see John Greaves approaching the bench. The floor is yours, sir. Jeff, your name's first in all these delegation. Key to leadership.
So thank you, good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair to the members of the committee, as you all know, I'm John Greaves, Supervisor of Transportation here. Here today to give you an update and talk to you about community safety zones and automated speed enforcement. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on both of those elements, dive into some more specific details about looking at establishing additional community safety zones in the town, what that means for the automated speed enforcement program, very high level financial implications, and then some conclusions and next steps. So as background, in June of last year, staff presented a report to this committee where we proposed the establishment of additional community safety zones in the town. At that same meeting, in an alternate report, we presented information on a potential automated speed enforcement program. Through discussions at that meeting, council referred the community safety zone report back to staff for some additional consideration, and directed staff to bring back our recommendations at a future meeting, along with more information on automated speed. That's what I'm here today doing. So just as a quick refresher, community safety zones are implemented in locations where public safety is of special concern. These are areas on roads that are fronting or in the vicinity of elementary schools and secondary schools, community parks, playgrounds, community centers, hospitals, and senior residences. When a road is identified, or road segment is identified, we evaluate it considering 9 roadway parameters, which have an impact on road safety. For each parameter, we've established a scoring methodology with scoring of 1 being low to 3 being high. There's a 2 in the middle as well. So here's the scoring matrix that we've established, very similar to the matrix you would have seen and presented in June. The one addition to the parameters you saw in June of last year is we've increased the importance or the identification of segments which have schools fronting on them. You see that 4th segment down, number of schools fronting the segment. Previously, they were captured in the pedestrian generators segment. Recognizing the importance of our schools and the areas around our schools, we created its own criteria. So it's the 9th criteria. Previously, we were looking at 8 criteria. So we, between June of last year and today, we looked at 40 road segments. Before you are the 10 road segments we are proposing be identified as community safety zones in 2020. The 2 at the top are the 2 that are existing on Delaney and on Ritchie, and then there are the remaining 10 spread through throughout the town. See that they're identified by ward and are well spaced around town. A community safety zone. For the implementation of a community safety zone, there are 2 steps required. You need to install the appropriate signage, which is the sign you see before you that just says community safety zone. At the beginning, you are required to put the begins tab. At the end, you are required to put the ends tab. And if the zone is greater than, I believe it is a kilometer, you're required to put a sign in the middle that notifies someone that they are on this road. Then you also have to add these new segments to our community safety zone schedule in our traffic bylaw, which establishes them as those zones, and therefore can be enforced under the Highway Traffic Act, which is in a community safety zone, speed fines are doubled, which is a recognition of their status as these areas of special concern where we want to ensure safety of our residents. Moving on to automated speed enforcement, staff have participated in the automated speed enforcement working group that was initiated by the Ontario Traffic Council. We've been participating in that since early in 2019. In December of 2019, the province officially passed the regulation, which established the parameters for municipalities to operate automated speed enforcement programs. Establishing the regulations that they had to occur within a community safety zone or school safety zone, some other various parameters as well. The one that was somewhat of a surprise to the working group, but nonetheless established and I think is appropriate, was the requirement for a 90-day warning period in advance of all new ASC system deployments. So municipalities are required, when they put up signage, to indicate signage is coming, or sorry, enforcement is coming for a 90-day period before they actually turn on any camera technology. So the City of Toronto, City of Ottawa, the Region of Durham have all begun deploying the programs. Many of you are aware, Region deployed signs at their first 4 locations today. So they have installed signage on Bailey Street in front of Ajax High. I have an email that I received this afternoon confirming that the signs are there. So that essentially starts the 90-day warning period for that section, and they are hopeful that they could have technology out there middle of May. And so then there are many other municipalities that are working toward deployment in 2020 or 2021. So as I started to say, automated speed enforcement includes the deployment of roadside speed measurement devices along with a camera. The device is able to detect the vehicle speeds. It compares it to the threshold that is programmed into it, and if necessary, takes a photo of the rear license plate when a violation is observed. The technology can be deployed in a mobile type device, which is a big gray unit that sits in the boulevard of the road, or it can be fixed similar to what you would see with a red light camera on a steel pole, and the camera is elevated off the ground. To operate in an automated speed enforcement program, you're required to sign 3 agreements. There's an agreement or agreement that is required with the technology provider. You don't buy the equipment, you rent it, lease it, however you want to describe it. There's a requirement to sign an agreement with MTO, which gives the municipality access to their license plate database and the owners of said license plates. And then the City of Toronto is the 3rd agreement, and they are the operators of the Joint Processing Center, very similar to what is being done in the red light camera program. All infractions in that program run through Processing Center in the City of Toronto, and a similar facility is being set up for automated speed enforcement, given the similarities in the processing requirements, the need for ensuring evidence chain of custody, having appropriate people trained and able to issue the summons, and then the technology or the resources to then mail out and send the required documents both to the people who complete or who commit the infraction, but also to the appropriate courts. As I mentioned, ASE, or automated speed enforcement, can only be deployed in roads that have speed limits of less than 80 and are designated a school zone or a community safety zone. As I noted earlier, we currently only have 2, but are recommending the establishment of additional 10 in 2020, and bringing our total to 12 locations where ASE could potentially be deployed. What staff are recommending today is that we would evaluate these community safety zones for the appropriateness of automated speed enforcement within each zone. There is a screening process that you have to do when looking to establish a camera location. You have to ensure certain road characteristics are present or available, no large curves or elevation changes in the road, appropriate location to actually deploy the mobile camera or fixed camera. Considerations for on-street parking need to be reviewed. So there's some screening that needs to be done, so we're proposing to complete that this year. And then should the town decide to proceed with an automated speed enforcement program in the future, we will have those pre-screened locations identified, and what we're proposing is we would use 1 mobile camera to be rotated through these pre-screened locations in the first year of a potential program. So the financial implications, at least initially right now, so the costs associated with establishing those 10 community safety zones, signage that's required for them, as well as any automated speed enforcement site preparation at those in total 12 locations have been captured and included for in the capital project that was approved as part of the 2020 budget. So we will be using those funds to implement the signage should we be given that direction and complete the site preparation. The accurate costs for the ASE program are not known at this time. We have high-level estimates, but they involve a number of assumptions that could drastically change the overall cost. We are proposing that we will continue to we are proposing that we implement these community safety zones and continue to monitor the progress and implementation of ASE by others, in order to gain a better understanding of the parameters required to operate the program, in order to establish more accurate estimates related to cost, and obviously gain some valuable insight on some lesson learned. I'm sure you've all heard the City of Toronto had a bit of a theft problem initially with their cameras. They've actually had multiple mobile cameras disappear. It's quite astounding to me. The mobile cameras weigh 700 pounds. Yet,
Came prepared? So is
Yeah.
there a black market for
Yeah,
that?
no kidding.
so the City of Toronto, yeah, I don't know how someone comes up roadside and picks up something that's 700 pounds, but, so
I can
they're
definitely
learning
relate
some
that.
lessons about more proper ways to secure it to the boulevard. So stuff like that is what staff would like to learn before we potentially implement a program for the town. So what we're recommending is that we report back to council with an update and on the lessons learned, and outline a potential automated speed enforcement program. Mouthful, sorry. We report back to you in time for consideration in the 2021 budget.
Thank you for your presentation and report, Supervisor Greaves and Regional Councilor Crawford.
Thank you for sticking with us again. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's great to put community safety zones up, but we already know they're only as good as they are manned by the police, right? Because, otherwise you can stick signs anywhere, really, if no one's gonna enforce it. Are we working with the RPS to make sure that we've got some sort of reinforcement on the community zone?
So through the chair, we will absolutely notify DRPS of these new zones should we implement them, and typically DRPS will, I won't say focus their enforcement there, but recognize that we've seen the importance or the special concern of those areas, and therefore when they have resources, they like to monitor those as well. But also by establishing them as community safety zones, we prepare them for the potential of the automated speed enforcement, which is the enforcement tool that is now available to us, thanks to the regulations that was passed at the end of the year.
So Road Watch loves to go out and monitor streets too. Would they be of any use? I realize they can't issue any tickets, but maybe, I don't know if that would be of any use to you at all for monitoring the speed boards and whatever, to make sure that people are following them, maybe even before. It's a less expensive way of doing it before we get police out there.
No,
Does
through the
that make
chair,
sense?
absolutely. We will use every resource available to us to monitor the traffic patterns on our roads. Road Watch is absolutely one of our resources. Our town data collection program is a valuable resource to us, and I envision using those counts to monitor the deployment of these zones to confirm if we've seen any change. There's also potential changes coming to our traffic calming, which will, I'm hoping will implement a few additional speed boards around town, which again, those are data collection devices available to us. Really, my belief is in traffic and in transportation, data is king, and the more we can get, the more it can be real time, the better. So every resource we have, we will explore.
I know they're currently starting their list on, once the snow is melted, where they can start putting their speed boards, so
Yep.
maybe that's a.
And town staff are at their
Yeah.
monthly meetings, so
Yeah.
we absolutely will work with them to identify
Me too.
appropriate locations.
Okay, thanks, John, appreciate it.
Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, John. I really appreciate this report. I was just looking at the scoring analysis. So I see that it wasn't always the highest score that was picked as the proposed community safety zone. Is there a reason for how you chose the order?
Through the chair, we generally looked for a minimum score,
Right.
was our first criteria. We wanted a minimum score of approximately 18. That we felt that sufficiently identified a what I will say, the area of special concern. We then looked at a very high level review of the road characteristics. You know, were they segments that were in front of schools that we have heard concerns of in the past through feedback directly from the schools, through our residents, through feedback with counselors. We used that filter as well, so where a location may have had a higher score, it may have been deemed a second priority to something that was lower, but we had significant feedback from them. The one I can give an example of is the location for both the Formosa and Turnerbury.
Okay.
Those locations weren't the highest scoring, but I had a call directly from DRPS that requested those be established as community safety zones because they had been in field and thought it was an issue. So that, you know, that elevated our concern. We said, oh, well, DRPS is actively trying to monitor that area and they're looking for some additional support. The scoring was sufficient. It wasn't the top scoring, but it was sufficient, and that's why that location gets brought forward to what we're calling our first phase. You'll notice in the more detailed list, there's a second group that we say could be a second phase in future years, and then we have a third set of segments that we say aren't appropriate at this time. Conditions could change and they could become appropriate, or there could be segments that we didn't evaluate in this go around that get identified, and we'll be able to use the criteria we've established and analyze on an as-need basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Anything else? No other questions or comments? I'd like a motion to approve the recommendations in this report. Recommend a motion by Regional Councillor Crawford. All in favor? That passes. And a motion to adjourn from Councillor Khan. All in favor? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job, Rob.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.